and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 7 years. Amity has also set a new standard of academic excellence in India by becoming Asia's only not-for-profit university to be awarded US Regional Accreditation, as well as India's only university to be accredited by the UK's Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 2 decades ago. Today, the group is home to over 175,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 60 diverse disciplines across 9 universities and 26 schools. Amity Group's vision of establishing a global knowledge network has led to establishing international campuses in London, Singapore, Dubai, New York, San Francisco, Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Tashkent, Mauritius, Nairobi, and South Africa. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of more than 1,200 patents, which, according to the Controller General of Patents in India, is the highest number of patents filed by any individual Indian university. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 300 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency for International Development, and the Leverhulme Trust UK. In the field of management, the university has developed more than 2,500 case studies in recent years that have been bought in 106 countries by over 2,300 leading institutions and organizations. The university has also pioneered the concept of industry-led institutions, where leading organizations such as the multinational conglomerate Tata, the UK's Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and the Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) have set up institutions in partnership with Amity on campus. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 100 patents and published 1,500 Scopus indexed research papers. It has also awarded over 2,000 PhD fellowships to brilliant researchers to carry out path-breaking research in thrust areas that will impact the development of the country. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates.
Students, honorable chief guests, respected director ma'am, faculties, and all our esteemed national and international guests for this gathering on this auspicious day for the most awaited event of the year, ABS International Hybrid Conference, International Higher Education Conference, IHEC 2022, in collaboration with global universities. We are really honored to have all our well-acclaimed guests of honor and all our treasured invitees and revered teachers. My name is Karishma Mathur, and with me is my co-host Parthavi Singh, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to the 3rd International Conference of ABS and first Global Roundtable Conference in hybrid mode.
We wholeheartedly welcome all the delegates across the world present today in virtual mode amid the pandemic. We are also honored to have a very diverse group of invited speakers and moderators from 19 institutions of 12 countries in different continents of the world to share their vision and views on their respective topics. We would now be requesting guests of honors and dignitaries to occupy their position on the dais. We extend our warm welcome to all the dignitaries on dais. I would like to welcome our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A. W. Santosh Kumar, Sir.
We'd like to welcome Registrar Sir Dr. H.R. Vyas.
I would like to welcome our Dean Academics, Dr. Shrikant Charhate, Sir.
We'd like to extend a warm welcome to Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Gautam Gowli, sir.
I would like to extend my warm welcome to our HOI and Director, Ma'am, Bhavna Sharma, Ma'am.
Humble request to all our esteemed guests of honor to allow us to commence with the event.
Thank you very much for all your blessings. It's our great honor to invite the Honorable Chancellor of Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. Asim K. Chauhan, sir. Dr. Chauhan is the Chancellor of Amity University and the trustee for a non-for-profit Amity Education Group, which includes 10 world-class universities, 25 schools and preschools, 150 top-ranked institutions, and 15 international campuses across London, Singapore, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, China, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Romania, Amsterdam, South Africa, Mauritius, Kenya, and Uzbekistan, and 50 campuses in India with over 175,000 students. A truly global citizen, Dr. Chauhan has spent nearly 2 decades in Europe and more than 1 decade in the US. Now we would proceed with the ceremony by seeking blessings from His Excellency, Honorable Chancellor Sir Dr. Asim K. Chauhan in his absentia.
It is our great honor to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Maharashtra, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma. He is also the founder, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Under his able leadership, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh has grown by leaps and bounds and has been adjudged the best private university of Madhya Pradesh by CMAI in May 2014, and thereafter for consecutive 3 years from 2017 to 2019. In the NIRF rankings announced in April 2020, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh is amongst the only 2 private universities of Madhya Pradesh to have been ranked, thus making it one of the best private universities of Madhya Pradesh as per NIRF. He has also been instrumental in university for introducing a host of best practices aimed at fostering academic excellence in the university, seeking blessings from His Excellency Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir in his absentia.
Now it's our great honor to invite our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. A. W. Santosh Kumar, sir. Dr. Kumar is a renowned researcher and academician with a total of 30 years of experience both in India and in the US. He had held various academic positions, including Dean Academic Affairs, Dean Accreditations in the University in the United States. Further, he has also held positions of Vice Chancellor in charge and Pro Vice Chancellor in Indian universities. He is currently sitting adjunct faculty in University of London, University of Nottingham, UK, University of California, University of Science and Medicine, USA, National University, South Korea, National University of Singapore. Sir, we would request you to enlighten us with a few words.
Now we would request Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar to enlighten us with a few words.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I know it's so early for you people to come here, and I know this is a wake-up call. Respected dignitaries of the dais, Registrar, the Dean of Academics, Dean Students Welfare, officiating HOA of ABS, all the head of the departments, faculty members of ABS. It's indeed an honor to stand before you to inaugurate this international conference. And we all know that the theme of the international conference is COVID before and after, and how does that impact the business scenario. I should certainly say at this juncture that it's indeed an honor and blessing from the founder, president, as well as our chancellor, Dr. Azim Chawanji, along with our officiating vice chancellor's blessing, that we are here inaugurating this two-day international conference, which is a tetra collaborative conference between 4 different universities, 3 from Malaysia and 1 from Islamic University. And we have all the people, more than some 16 people who are there in initiating this roundtable, and also bringing out a lot of deliberation with regard to the impact of COVID on higher education. Talking about higher education, we all know that in India, earlier before independence, the education itself was very much hampered. Then people started looking at Europe and the United States, and they started changing a lot of academic reforms. One among them is bringing about new research institutes like IITs, Indian Institute of Science, etc. So focusing on research, you all know that there were a lot of sequence of revolutions that came, right from the green revolution to blue revolution to white revolution, where, in India, the poverty has been alleviated only by gearing up this educational process. And here we are during this time, where there are a lot of reforms with the higher education part. And students go through a lot of syllabus revisions, lot of value-added courses, lot of outcome-based educations, case studies for business administration, etc. But as you all know that when we are just studying through this path, we had a very big bottleneck, which is nothing but the COVID. And as you all know that in 1881, there was a similar condition of corona outbreak, which lasted for 8 years. But whereas, thank God that this episode is not lasting much longer. And then we have come from an offline mode to an online mode. But we all know the positives or odds of offline mode. Both are good and bad. Number one, we felt very lethargic. We felt very relaxed at home initially. Then after 1 year passed, the second year passed, this itself became a very big problem now when people wanted to come back for an offline mode. So I should say that in the earlier university where I was working as a vice chancellor, when we floated a questionnaire for the students, how many percentage of people would want to come to class offline, we got only a positive for offline classes, only 2%. Only 2%. Everyone would want to come for an offline class. And you all know that Corona gave a general pass for everything to move on to the next year. And then came the very big problem that when time passed by, when the durations were very much extended, the same students gave the same questionnaire where we got a percentage of 78%. And now that has come to the cutoff and we all have come offline now. So this episode of 2.5 to 3 years had made a very great impact nationally as well as internationally. Number one, we all know that we were very much now well-versed into recent gadgets of Zoom, okay, learning management systems, etc., which we have never dealt with earlier, which is a regular pattern, which we call now here as new normal, But when you go to Europe or in the US, it is the normal, where even though we have offline classes, these kind of Zoom interactions go in each and every subject. But we were exposed to these kind of online platforms only during these kind of COVID conditions. The second important thing is tiding over this severe bottleneck. The international educational arena, academic arena had a great hamper, and now we have tided over. And I think this is the right time that we culminate and we revisit back to see what really had happened during these 3 years with a change in the international education. So this is the theme of these 2 days of international conference. And why you people should be involved, the students should be involved, is that you as business tycoons, future business tycoons, soon to be, you have to know what is the impact of these kind of bottlenecks or natural calamities on the academic arena, which is more important for development of any country or even the development of any financial developments, etc. So with this back in mind, it's indeed a great honor that we are here today in bringing up this deliberations. And I should certainly say that these 2 days of active deliberations from 4 different universities internationally will bring in a great flavor where people will be able to understand what had really happened in their own countries, no matter whether it is small or big as compared to India. And this is a learning platform for us to tailor make our syllabus or tailor make our own way of teaching as well as the learning part. See, whatever the faculty teaches you is not a big deal, but what you learn is what is going to be there ultimately that is disseminated. So instead of just focusing on teaching, learning is more important, and learning brings about the future of any student. And I should certainly say that these 2 days of deliberation will bring a lot of new flavors, new knowledge for everyone who is participating in this conference. And I really congratulate the school for bringing up this stride of including 4 different international universities. I thank the HOI, the faculty members, the students, all the higher ups who had been there as a part in bringing this happen, and it's a great success. Thank you so much.
It is an immense pleasure for us that you joined our event and bestowed us by being guest of honor. Your precious time is a great importance for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, it is a great honor to invite the HOI and Director of Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Bhavna Sharma. Dr. Sharma is the Director and HOI Amity Business School. She has completed specialization in marketing and entrepreneurship and is the EAC coordinator. She has over 17 years of experience. Dr. Sharma has been honored with the President's Award for Rangers by Honorable Shri APJ Abdul Kalam Azad. She has also been honored with the Best Faculty Researcher Award by Management Domain at Amity University for 3 consecutive years from 2014 to 2017. Her publications are 24 in number, including both national and international. She has also authored books, 9 case studies, and 6 conference proceeding publications. We'd like you to enlighten us with a few words, ma'am.
A very good morning to all the galaxies of intellectuals, honored guests, esteemed professors, faculty members, and my dear students. Coming together is the big thing. Keeping together is a progress, and working together is a success. Rightly quoted by Henry Ford, describes our utmost honor and enthusiasm to welcome you all to the International Higher Education Conference, IHEC 2022. Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai has had an eventful history of zeroing on issues justifying contemporary pertinence, which stems from learning and discussions. Keeping this in mind, the phases of dynamic transformation which the entire world underwent, during the pandemic. Today, with this global conference of ours, third international conference of business school, we are adorned by the theme of before and after the pandemic. It is indeed a unique platform which aims to shed light on the indomitable human spirit and business acumen to withstand and flourish in the face of unprecedented challenges, as well as act as a catalyst for the change for the issues observed due to pandemic, specifically in higher education. The debates and discussion of this conference will be focusing on understanding the causes and effects of strategies to manage business despite disruptive innovations and challenges. I'm sure leaders of tomorrow are participating in this for the learning and exploring more astute arrangements, permitting them to convey the waves of progress. This conference brings us together delegates from all over the world, and to be precise, from 19 global universities and 12 countries on a platform to showcase their persevering spirit in much trying times. I would like to recall a few lines quoted by our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who strongly believes that when God pushes somebody, inspires somebody, leads somebody, no power in this world can stop such a person. Honorable President, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Aseem K. Chauhan, trust in nurturing talent at Amity University, where the academic ecosystem strives to blend with modernity and tradition in each of our students with a mission to prepare them as a global future leaders. With the vision of Honorable Founder President, Amity Universe, and Honorable President of Amity University, Mumbai, we are equally committed to take our founder's vision to make India as a knowledge superpower with a large contribution from Amity University campuses. I express my sincere gratitude to welcome our conference collaborators, INTI International University, Malaysia, University Keybank San, Malaysia, Islamic Universities of Maldives, for their continuous support and collaborations to make this global conference possible. My honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, with these few lines about the vision of our leaders and with their blessings, I, with gratitude and immense pleasure, would like to welcome our Honorable President AUM, whose good wishes and constant motivation is there with us today for having such platform for deliberation at national and international level through such initiatives. With his busy schedule, Sir may join us anytime, depending on his engagements. I welcome our guest of honor, Data Nigam Phoon. He's past president, MATA, distinguished consultant, known for business and digital transformation, who has joined us online from Malaysia, who will be delivering keynote address after this inaugural function. We welcome you, sir, on this inaugural function of IHEC 2022. With profound gratitude, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, AVSM, a man of distinct vision and fountainhead of illuminating ideas, ideal of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to all of us, a well-known motivator and facilitator. Sir, we are immensely honored with your blessings. I also take this opportunity to accord a warm welcome and cordial welcome to our A.W. Santosh Kumar, Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Mumbai, a man of virtue and simplicity, a true standout in his field, one of the main proponents of AUM, who believes in perseverance and hard work, an inspiration to all of us. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, to this August gathering. It's my pleasure to welcome Registrar of Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Hira Vyas, for his kind support and smiling face in every endeavor. He's eager to understand the processes and participants at all of the level and introducing technology with warmth in the functioning of university is his adage. I welcome you, sir. My heartiest welcome to Dean Academics, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Shrikant Charate, for his continuous support in all of our endeavors to make it a success. I welcome you, sir. It's my pleasure to welcome Dean Student Welfare, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Gauli, sir, for his constant guidance to the youth force of Amity. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dean Research, Dr. Aparna Khanna, who has joined us online. I extend my warm welcome to all the heads of institutes, Amity University, Mumbai, Dr. Nene, Mr. Gauda, and other dignitaries, Mr. K.K. Singh, Colonel Sharanjeet, who has joined us. I welcome you all, sir. I welcome directors of various functions, Mr. Colonel Mehta, Mr. Nidhish Saxena, Narendra Bhandabe, Sumit Bali, who has joined us online and are giving their participation. I welcome all participants, faculties, staff, researcher scholars, and my student. A special welcome to Team ABS, my faculty colleagues and staff who are backbone of this IHEC 2022 and who are now habitual of making everything possible with their hard work, dedication, and teamwork. My sincere thanks and welcome to all national and international guests of honors, moderators, panelists, and advisory committee members. On behalf of IHEC 2022 Conference Secretariat, I once again welcome and express my gratitude to all the dignitaries joining today on this inaugural function. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to all the collaborators, support functions of Amity Mumbai, and everyone who had joined us offline and online early morning to make this event possible. Thank you so much. Jai Hind and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, ma'am, for your encouraging and enlightening words.
We would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on dais, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir Dr. H.R. Vyas, Dean Academics Dr. Shrikant Cherhati Sir, Dean Research Dr. Aparna Khanna Ma'am, who has joined us online, Dean Student Welfare Dr. Gautam Gavli Sir, and Bhavna Sharma Ma'am.
We would now like to invite Dr. Pushpendu Rakshit to share his thoughts on the theme of the conference.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome. And we look forward to have really 2 days global conference. So International Higher Education Conference, that is the third international conference of ABS and first global conference. Before we start, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on dais for making this really a success story. And it's a very special moment where we are having around 29 global speakers, 19 universities from 12 countries who would be joining us for the 2 days of having 4 roundtable talks. We are having the first roundtable, which will definitely be going as repositioning higher education, overview of strategies, formulation before and after the leap. Roundtable 2, tactics dealing with unknown uncertainties. Roundtable 3, internationalization at home. And roundtable 4, cross-border internationalization. These would be the 4 roundtable conferences where we'll also be having our guest of honors and dignitaries of dais sharing the dais with many global speakers. So with that, we have the speakers overall to just name few countries like Malaysia, Maldives, Indonesia, Vietnam, Taiwan, Netherlands, Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, India, Netherlands, Thailand, China, UAE, UK, Pakistan, Australia, Hong Kong, and Bangkok. So we are having almost a global assimilation in true sense when we call it as ABS First Global Conference. And with that, without wasting further time and making us the next move with the keynote, thanks a lot, everyone, for being in this morning. Thank you all for being with us forever. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We thank everyone for their presence in this auspicious morning and evidencing historical moments of Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai. We now request all to be present here for the keynote address, followed by roundtable 1 and 2. We also look forward to your cooperation for this global August gathering. Thank you. We'll now proceed with keynote speaking 1.
Yeah, I request everyone to just hold on for 2 minutes. We are with the arrangements and soon we'll be proceeding. Yeah, thank you.
The reason is the aim is to reduce transaction costs and also the move towards low cost options, all about cost savings. Okay. The second point is the changing demographics among the. We have Gen Y, the millennial, which we are all very familiar. Those born between 1980 and 1994, those in their 30s and 40s today. Then we have Generation Z, those born from 95 to 2009. Those in the those secondary students and young working adults, I believe they are your key target audience. Needless to say, these generations are on mobile rather than speaking directly to a customer service rep. And then they took more trips a year, often at short notice, with friends to domestic and regional destination, influenced mainly by of course, the social media trends. Against the backdrop of the world economy growing steadily, no wonder we see 2019 recorded the highest number of international tourist arrivals in our human history. That's in our human history, 1.5 billion, a 60% jump from a decade ago. So everybody was looking forward to their travel in 2020. The global market was so positive on this growth, then that the forecasted demand for aircraft nearly doubled from 26,000 aircraft in 2019 to nearly 50,000 in 2039. So that was the forecast in 2019 before the pandemic. The third point is more and more countries are realizing the importance of tourism dollar to the economy. This inbound tourism sector has the multiplier effect, affecting the local travel trade as well as the employment market. One example I will share is even the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has jumped onto this sector to welcome international tourists. Not talking about religious Hajj and Umrah travel. Saudi Arabia have gone into a big way to attract international tourists. So can you imagine what the competition is going to be like around the world? So everybody is onto this tourism business. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it's not so surprising that due to the lockdowns and the border restrictions, the number of international tourists dropped 75% to 400 million tourist arrival in 2020, growing marginally to only 415 million in 2021. So tourism and hospitality industry is one of the worst hit, with many workers affected, businesses closed, and income reduced or loss of jobs. I think we are very familiar with what I've just said. We all know during this 2-year period, with all the uncertainties and the border restrictions and health SOPs, travel has been restricted mainly to domestic and essential travel. Never in our recent history where we are required to stay home and not able to visit family and friends for months. And we know how we all feel about this. During this lockdown, we experienced or became more and more aware of some of these issues and situations, which I'll just share very briefly. Our mortality we start to think about things that are important to us, including travel and family. Just realize that, many of us just realize that we cannot plan too far ahead. Value of connections, family and friends, what they mean to us. More focus on the purposes of our travel, what we want from our travel, what we hope to achieve. Value of face-to-face meetings. How necessary now that we got used to Zoom meetings? Do we still need to meet? More focus on our health, strengthening our immunity, more aware of chronic diseases, metabolic and mental health. Uncertainties and inconsistency is the order of the day, with border restriction, vaccination status, and health requirements. We come to expect them. Working from home via Zoom meetings or team, we come to appreciate need for more family time. Using mobile phone to check in at business outlets is a common daily occurrence. What we see is mobile penetration rate is very high because of this. All these factors which I just shared play a part in affecting travel patterns over the coming months and years in the short to medium term. Moving forward in coming months. In fact, just this morning, I read the latest from WHO that they came out with a report that they're trying to work to get us out of the emergency status phase. They shared 3 scenarios, which is that the virus will continue to evolve, but severity of disease will be less. That is hopeful and positive for travel. And the other one is that the variant become less significant and less severe. That is the best. And with life will be just like, virus will be just like a flu. The third option, which is not what we hope for, and is that it can become highly transmissible and deadly threat to all of us. So that's the third option, which I believe is very unlikely. Here are some observations of the likely patterns we can expect in the coming months. Many countries have started moving forward into the pandemic stage. They have opened up their borders, or they'll be opening up their borders soon. But many travelers are still cautious, with health the main concern. Of course, this varies across different regions and different age group. For a start, the more conservative-minded travelers, especially those over 65 years of age, and those with chronic health condition, and they'll be more careful, and they will go, and if they do decide to travel, they will likely travel to visit family members or for essential travel. And as if for holidays, they will start to travel domestically and regionally. For those who choose to travel abroad, they're likely to make fewer trips and for longer durations. Destination will be selected based on factors like health situation, state of medical facilities, and whether any border restrictions. Given the past history, this restriction could change at short notice, although it is likely getting less likely as we move forward, because I think conditions are becoming more positive. For many who choose to travel abroad, reconnections would be the main reason. They want to be together with their friends and family after months of lockdowns. Spend an hour spent on Zoom meetings, right? What a change will be. There'll be many waiting to celebrate the reunions and special occasions like wedding and anniversaries. We now appreciate the value of this connection, which in the past many of us have taken for granted as we never knew of possible lockdowns and travel restrictions. For holiday makers, they are looking more for customized experiences as they're expected to make fewer trips, but longer duration, as I've said earlier. Therefore, for each trips, they would want to check off as many of their bucket list of things to do or things that they have spent time researching on during the lockdown periods. They are more likely to splurge on their coming trip because of the pent-up cravings. For those taking group tours, the group size will be smaller for sure, from 15 to 25 passengers instead of the usual 30 to 40. And more people will opt for travel in private groups among friends and family. This will mean higher cost per person, that's for sure. For those individual traveling, we call it individual travelers, they will look for adventurous travel. They will look for adventure of lifetime. They are more willing. They're more willing to spend more money and booking better hotels, 4 and 5 star now, because they have not traveled for the last 2 years, and more local experiences in terms of activities and in terms of local food, cuisine. But if they're on business trips, they're more likely to extend their stay to combine with their leisure breaks to explore the destination where they have to travel to work. While at the hotel, they expect the hotel to provide a workstation with a fast Wi-Fi connection to allow them to work remotely. In fact, many companies are now allowing their staff to work remotely for a number of days a year. This practice will change the travel pattern for sure, as they can now work, play, and stay away from home. It is safer to stay in fewer places rather than hop around several destinations with increased risk. Each stay at a destination would mean more check-ins, anxiety, and possible risks, nullifying the purpose of a holiday, which is to relax in the first place, why we take a holiday. Domestically, more road trips are expected because they are less of a hassle, and less exposure to crowds at airport. Business travel is expected to go down by 25 to 30%. As the world learns to conduct business through online platforms like Zoom, Teams, and Google Meet. But business travel is still needed for sure. It's not the same. It's definitely not the same, not meeting, especially during trade shows, promoting new relationship, and meeting people for the first time. Better travel itinerary planning is needed to maximize travel spend for the business travelers. The business traveler is more likely to consult with their travel agents on the latest travel information relating to, say, example, border regulations, vaccinations, and travel insurance, as more and more countries are opening up to international travel. I believe many of us who have traveled during the last 2 years are very familiar with the amount of hassle and amount of SOPs we need to do before we're able to travel, right? Checking it very carefully. Consumers are getting more tech savvy as nearly everyone has a mobile, with increasing number of older travelers becoming also very comfortable using mobile apps to pay, to order a ride, or even to take out a takeout meal. They are now more at ease receiving their travel information, including on flights and hotel bookings on their mobile. We can expect flight costs to increase and more demand for premium economy seats coming from the business travelers. With labor shortage, we can expect more canceled flights. Some issues, I'll share next, some issues facing travel service providers which will have impact on us as travelers. With so much uncertainties, booking may have to be cancelled or rescheduled at last moment. All service providers involved need to be flexible in their cancellation and refund policy to accommodate their need. I'm sure we are very familiar with that. We will not book without this flexible condition. Travelers expect service providers to take the necessary measures to address the health and safety concerns. Example, introduce contactless touch points in the booking and check-in process. Many providers are already doing this, and we can expect more to follow. We are already seeing this in the payment space, using QR codes on mobile. More airlines are offering check-in with face recognition alone. Even car rentals and hotels already started using keyless doors to avoid crowding at the check-in counters. Hotel guests can expect limited hotel service. In hotel room service, the question is, how do we balance reducing hotel guest exposure to the virus infection and at the same time maintaining the room cleanliness? Some hotels have clear-cut policies like no room service for stay less than 3 days. All of us got used to daily room service. This may not be the order of days going forward in some destination. This cutback in guest service level could also be due to labor shortage in hospitality and in some destination. The business conditions didn't support a stable economy, resulting in many leaving the industry. With the increased number of mobile users, the service providers are expected to ensure their online portal are customer-centric, with relevant, clear, and latest information with a user-friendly interface. Most users prefer to get the information and complete the transaction online without having to speak to a human representative. But in the event they need to, they expect the customer service rep to resolve any issue and query on the spot, either via a chatbot or messaging chat or a human voice. This is really one of the key differentiators. And to expect increased use of AI and machine learning to communicate with customers if a human customer rep service is not available. I think many of us are very familiar with this. Social media influence is important when booking travel. Among the younger generations and in the emerging economies especially, smartphone has surpassed the laptop as the travel research and content sharing platform. Service providers need to adopt a mobile-first approach throughout the user experience. The pandemic has accelerated the adoption of the use of mobile phone as an almost must-have personal tool in our everyday life. I think we can't do away without a mobile phone. I believe for many of us, that's the first thing you reach for when you wake up. Right. Global fintech innovation is happening at a rapid rate. There are now many ways to pay across the world. So it is important, therefore, to embrace new platforms and technologies, offering the widest range of alternative payment methods to help improve the customer experience and user and to reduce costs, actually. The travel agents are expected to advise their client on the latest information on border and regulation, health regulation, but yet find it difficult to charge for this additional service. So this is a travel agent dilemma. Given the shortage of experienced staff, they will need to rely more on technology platform, which will help simplify the itinerary planning and booking process. They will need to employ more staff to cater to the opening up of travel. But these newly recruited staff are likely without travel experience. So we need to be aware of this. So lastly, I'll share with you some suggestions which may be useful in promoting tourism, but I'm sure you're already doing them. Or those who are some tips on your travel spend. I would suggest that you consider using the services of a professional travel agent, especially for long-haul travel with multiple sectors. or to emerging markets where information may not be so readily available. Many people are not prepared to pay for use of a travel agent because they add to the cost, and you book directly with the airlines. But you will know the value of a travel agent when you're stuck overseas at the airport or when your flights are cancelled. And who do you call? You can't call anybody. Unless and until you have missed a flight or got your flight cancelled and stuck overseas, you will truly know the value of booking a flight. Even for myself, where I know how to do all the booking, but yet I would pay for a travel agent, somebody professional, to do my booking, simply because for the fee you pay, you get a number to call when you're stuck overseas. So that's something that I would encourage you all to consider. Of course, for domestic and point-to-point destinations, it's quite easy and quite okay to use the airline online portals. You don't need a travel agent for that. If you're just traveling from here to Singapore, you can do it yourself if you want to do it that way. When it comes to marketing and promotion, I think I don't have to add to what you already know, which is to use the social media channels like Facebook and IG to promote your courses and programs. I think this is, everybody is doing it already. And since your target audience are mainly the Generation Z users, I guess you're already having your portals on a mobile first approach. In other words, it has to be very easy to use on the mobile because everybody is using it on the mobile to obtain the necessary information. And number 4, customer service. Personally, I believe that's the big differentiator. That's the key advantage if you can do it this right. Important to be able to respond timely and meaningfully to any queries from your existing and potential students and parents. This will make your organization stand out. How many times have we logged into a website with out-of-date information, or when we send a queries, we never get responded in time? The new generation, the young people, when they see your website, they expect it to be live and up to date, and it's working. They only give you one chance, and you are not there to answer them. They move on. So I think you and I know that. So I'm just a reminder on that. And of course, the website have to have the latest information. And if you are also promoting the local destinations and culture, it'd be a good idea to work with local supplier and partners to get the latest information, because that's not directly under your forte, but it's good to work with good partners. So in the end, coming to the end, will international mobility ever be the same? I would say yes and no. Yeah, travel is still the same, but just expect a lot of new travel patterns, which I've shared just now. Yeah, in the short term, I think there'll be some changes because all of us are waiting to travel. In the medium to longer term, I believe you'll come back to more what I call high tech, high touch. I'll just leave the summary with you. I call it high tech, high touch. Why high tech? Because of our COVID, we will see higher adoption of technology. That's for sure. And I say, why high tech, high touch? People expect your customer service to be spot on, and they expect you to do it well. They don't give you a second chance. Okay, especially at the point of needs when they call you for help. They won't call you if everything is going well. They will only call you when they run into some trouble. Okay, so with that, I'll end to say high tech and high touch. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm available if you've got questions. I'm more than happy. I'll try my best because we are listening from experts as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dato' Ngiam, for your speech about the brutal facts caused by pandemic. It's really inspiring for all of us to rethink about the changes in the tourism industry, which we are facing right now and also in the future. Now, let's have an online photography sessions with Dr. Ngiam. So, ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your camera. And I would like to give you about 30 seconds to probably adjust your position and also probably tidy up yourself. So please turn on your camera after 30 seconds. So please pose yourself, look at the camera. All right, so you have got another 10 seconds. So cameraman, please say 1, 2, 3 when you are ready to take the photos. Remember to smile. Cameraman, can you turn on your mic and let us know that you're taking a photo? Because I could see that a lot of people, the cheek is getting a little bit numb.
Yes, we will take the photo now. 3, 2, 1, smile. Just wait for a while. Another one. We have so many participants here. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Let's
Ngiam.
take some questions, Alex.
Sorry?
Let's take some questions before we
Certainly.
move on. Dr. Joseph, you raise your hand.
Dr. Joseph, you can turn on the mic.
No, I think I accidentally raised it. Sorry, yeah.
Well, Alex, allow me a little bit of time to try to recap a bit of what Dr. Ngiam has said.
Certainly.
You know, the likely patterns of the traveling industry, I think that is also a consideration to the higher education industry, how we can take those patterns into how we would position our university again to open up to students, not just only about international recruitment, but probably a lot more on the students mobility program, scholars mobility program again. You know, I just want to, you know, get a gauge from you, Dato'. What do you think, if with all the anticipations that you have shared with us, what do you think Malaysia would be to the eyes of the travelers around the world?
Okay, I think we are in the second tier, because we still got a bit of restriction, right, coming in, but it's quite an advantage compared with many other countries which are still closed. So in that respect, I would say that in this part of the world, in Asia especially, we are quite well positioned. Of course, not compared with Europe, because Europe is like without masks, with almost no restriction. As far as our tourism Malaysia is concerned, I think we are all ready. The local players are all ready because they've been waiting for the last 2 years. So in case they welcome, they're all preparing themselves to welcome. But like I did mention, they take a few months because the staff issue not just in Malaysia, the staff issue in this industry around the world, it's something that we ought to be aware of. You take a few months, depending on how the demand is coming back. Obviously, I think businesses, they will know what to do the right thing, which is to recruit the right staff. So those who invest early will get the best staff, because most of the travel agents staff or people in the hospitality have left the industry. The reason why I raised this is so that when you go traveling or when you come, your expectation of service, you have to change a bit. In other words, you cannot expect the same level of service as before. But having said that, our Malaysian government is very supportive of our local industry for the local players. So I think it's very positive in that sense.
Okay. That sounds positive, and therefore I think you know, I myself have a special interest about we being a university, and are we really putting ourselves at the positions as a service or a professional agent in producing graduates. and what kind of professional services we can provide better to the students who might have a change of their mindset and expectations already after these 2 years. You know, of course, from them entering Malaysia, stepping into the border of Malaysia, from the airport to the university, and then settling down in the university, whether or not our university would have the tech platform that is so friendly to address the concern and also the expectations of the students. So I guess that this is something, you know, definitely a point for us to take home to think about how we could make the higher education for international students a lot more friendly, a lot more living up to their expectations, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the floor before we release Datuk Nyam? Thank you very much for your insightful information. Share with us.
I hope it has been helpful.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question here. Dr. Nyam, if you don't mind, okay, I think there's a trend whereby travelers now prefer to go on chartered flights. And it's not just for the rich and famous anymore. Okay, it's more practical, time consuming, and so on. And then the trend seems to be improving per se, you know. So I would like to listen to your opinion whether this is applicable within the higher education sector as well, you know, customized education, focused education for selected groups and so on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Normally for charter flights are carried out to those destinations with insufficient flight schedule. There's not enough accessibility. Then people will mount charter flights, generally speaking. And also the demand, because when you do charter flight, the only problem is the cost. You need to have enough traffic from both sides. Just to share with you, because this is the problem with charter flight, because the first leg and your last leg, they call it empty leg. So you must be able to work with the university from two destination that to fill the plane, to fill the aircraft. I think it's a good idea if you've got enough demand, but just be aware of this, that it's best to work with partners into two destinations. Yeah. So in other words, your aircraft do not have any empty leg. They use the term, so they all fill up to with capacity on both sides, because it's a cost that you have to bear. If there's not enough passengers, the cost will be divided by all the other passengers, and the cost is more expensive than the normal scheduled flight. Then it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense unless you go to a destination where there's not enough accessibility. Then it might make sense.
Prof. Amran, do you want to on your mic?
I'm okay. Okay, it's just that I want to see whether, because I see patterns. Okay, now companies are using chartered flights to send their team of workers or whatever, especially consultants. They go in and then they come back. You know, so the issue of going in and going out, okay, empty spaces and so on, are not really there. And I was just thinking whether this is applicable within the higher education sector, you know, where we go into customization instead of mass education.
Correct. Yep. I believe it's a question of cost as well.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Lai, Prof. Amran, and also Datuk Nyam for the remarks. So now let us start with our roundtable 1 with the topic of repositioning higher education, overview of strategies for Malaysians before and after the pandemic. Now, I would like to pass the floor over to our moderator of Roundtable 1, Ms. Tina Young, the Director of SI UK Malaysia. Now, I just would like to remind everybody, during the conference, if you have got any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and on your mic asking questions. So, Ms. Tina Young, are you there? Ms. Tina Young, would you like to turn on your mic so that we can hear you? Ms. Tina Young, you there? Miss Tina Yang, I suppose you're talking. Can you turn on your mic, please? Your mic is off. Sorry, we can't hear you. Miss Tina Yang, we couldn't hear you at our side. Sorry, I suppose there is some technical issue. Miss Tina Yang, could you hear me? You could hear me, and we couldn't hear you there.
Well, Tina, do you want to quickly just try to log out and log in again? We are losing you. We can't hear you at all. Yeah, thanks. All right. While waiting for Tina to fix the problem, well, this is something really unexpected. As we say, technology can fail us, can make us, great, but then they can also fail us at the important time. But anyway, on behalf of Tina, may I just take a few minutes to introduce our speakers?
Right,
oh,
I'm
you're
back
back.
now.
You're back.
Yeah, somebody muted me actually. Somebody else muted me. I didn't mute myself.
Okay.
All right.
Over to you
Thank
then,
you.
Tina. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you very
morning.
much, Miss Tina Yang.
Thank you
I
very
just
much,
would like,
Alex.
sorry, I just would like to make a remark. Could all of you who are attending this conference, you may want to turn off your video, okay? You may want to turn off your video, except the speakers. Thank you so much. And now I would like to hand the floor over to Miss Tina Yang.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Lai. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Tina Yang, and I will be the moderator for this roundtable today, the first of this conference, Repositioning Higher Education, Overview of Strategies, Formulation Before and After the Pandemic. In today's session, we will cover 6 key areas. These are as follows: students, staff, teaching and learning, international recruitment, research, well-being, and changes in behaviour. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat box and identify yourself. Let us know if you wish to address your questions to the panel or to the panel member. We will answer the questions at the end of the session, and we will try our best to answer them all. I would now like to introduce you to our panel members who have graciously given us their time for this conference, starting with our host, Dr. Joseph Lee, Vice Chancellor, INTI International.
Yeah, sorry, Tina. May I request our guest, Mandarin Global Education, there's a bit of distraction here, to turn off your video, please.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, we are seeing this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. As they say, never work with children or animals, but I don't think you fall in either category. Okay, anyway, I'd like to introduce everybody, starting with our host, Dr. Joseph Lee, Vice Chancellor, INTI International University, Malaysia. Professor Datuk Dr. Noraza Mohammed Nordin, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Industry, Alumni and Community Partnerships, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Would you like to wave? Dr. Diba Musa, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, Islamic University of the Maldives. Would you like to give us a wave? Thank you. Professor Dr. Michael Lee, Special Advisor to the President, Fujian Catholic University of Taiwan. Would you like to wave? I don't see you on the screen anywhere, but I'm sure you're there. And last but not least, Dr. Santosh Kumar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Would you like to say hi? Okay, and of course our timekeepers and our co-host, Dr. Lai Yingling, Pro Vice Chancellor of Academic Operations, INTI International University. Professor Dr. Ignatius from Indonesia sends his apologies because unfortunately he's got some other things that he needed to attend to, so he wasn't able to attend. So please give them a quick round of applause, everybody. I know you're all on mute, but thank you very much. Do we have Dr. Michael Lee with us? I don't see him on screen. Can we just confirm that he's there? It's because we should have 5 speakers altogether. Okay, well, let's push on. Let us begin. Okay, so let me just remind everybody of the roundtable title: Repositioning Higher Education, Overview of Strategies, Formulation Before and After the Pandemic. Let's start with the issue of students, and let's kick off with Dr. Joseph Lee, our host. So maybe you have 2 minutes to have a little, to give us your views. Thank you. I can't hear you, actually. Can anybody else hear you?
No, I couldn't hear either.
We seem to have calling on all our screens, actually. Has somebody muted him? Because that's what happened with me. Somebody on the control side has muted me, and that's why I couldn't unmute myself. Can somebody just check that small detail, technicality? Otherwise, somebody's going to lose their job.
Yeah, checking. Let's pass the questions to another speaker first while
yes,
we wait.
Okay, right. Let's move on to Dr. Noraza. Would you like to, since you're in Malaysia, can you unmute and maybe you could kick off?
Yes, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tina. Good morning, all. About this topic, as we know, the seismic impact of COVID-19 on life of in colleges and universities has been profound for students, faculty, and administrators. So no area of life on campus has been left untouched. Everybody was so being touched by this pandemic. As we has experienced overnight, instruction shifted from face-to-face lectures to remote open learning environments. And what attracts me is, as a educational technologist, fear of technology has vanished by necessity. A large percentage of faculty had never before used the tools that we now take for granted, such as video conferencing that we are experiencing now, learning management system. In my opinion, some of these tools will remain part of the technology ecosystem used for instruction, learning, and management. The 2-year experience has really revealed that even the previously technology challenged do not want to return to traditional face-to-face lecture exclusively, where both students and faculty prefer the flexibility of hybrid and blended learning, and opportunity for both synchronous and asynchronous learning. It is a preferred learning mode now, and the fear of technology and change is fading as staff has been forced to use technology to continue teaching, learning, and socializing over the last 2 years. Actually, there is a lot of opportunity for the digital transformation of higher education, where higher education institutions have a unique, in my opinion, has a unique opportunity to reshape the future by re-envisioning themselves, we universities, as powerful enablers of innovation, of creativity, and enterprise that generate new opportunities, support lifelong learning, and development and advance societal well-being. And when we design this curriculum, I think at least 3 things has to be taken into consideration. As learning designer, we have to look students' experience. In my opinion, in this post-pandemic, student experience will be our most valuable investment. growing competition for students will spur greater focus on student experiences, student satisfaction, and professional success. Because doing this online learning, remote learning, we don't know. The challenges is, are they really learning? What are their experience in this online or hybrid learning? So in my opinion, student experience, since they are our stakeholders, main stakeholders, is very important. And this will require an intentional, continuous effort to question assumption and create new ways to infuse values, choices, and flexibility in educational offering. And also experimentation as a gateway for competitive advantage. To make innovation possible is crucial to make room for ongoing experimentation and future focused conversation. And the last is evolving from transactional to transformational, where it's encouraging to see that many high-performing colleges are aiming to deliver learning in more meaningful and scalable ways. So university has to redesign, relook, revisit at our offerings now. Thank you for the time being.
Great, thank you very much for now. Can we perhaps go back to Dr. Lay now? Now that we have you online now, please. Would you like to care to comment about your student experiences under this?
Okay, thank you very much, Tina. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. My apology for the technical issue just now. Okay, as I was saying just now that about the pandemic, it brought a lot of changes to our society and definitely have a great impact on the higher education industry. And this is indeed a very difficult and challenging question for us to answer what will be the future after pandemic. But I think I want to start off by sharing a comment given by our students who attended our on-site graduation a couple of weeks ago. Student representative of our graduating class 2022, when she delivered her graduation speech, and she talked about that she is the batch of the students graduated, however, spending the last 2 years due to the pandemic online. That was not the experiences that a student was hoping to have when they first joined the university. But however, due to the situation, due to the pandemic, this group of students need to spend majority of their university study online without the face-to-face and on-campus interaction with the teachers and with the fellow students. And that brought to one very interesting observation. And I think that we are going to see more and more students coming in with very different experiences. I think currently we will be having a group of students coming into the university environment. But these are the students who have spent the last 2 years of their secondary school education online. So I think from the viewpoint of the student, I think we should be expecting different kind of behavior, different kind of expectation. And from the viewpoint of the industry, from the viewpoint of the institution of higher learning like INTI, and I think we do need to prepare ourselves. I think go back to the experiences we had in 2 years ago. When we have this issue about the pandemic and the government imposed the movement control order, so we need to bring everything online, from a traditional campus-based delivery to internet delivery. Yes, because the experiences we have, because the infrastructure we have, we are capable of doing so very smoothly. But then the experiences is that in the process, we notice that the students are having different kinds of issues, and the learning online, managing their own time, engaging with their fellow students, and all that. So I guess the challenge for us is going to be how we, from the viewpoint of the institution of higher learning, from the viewpoint of the teacher, from the perspective of the administrator of the university, to provide a more conducive environment for them. Just go back to the first comment I made about the graduating students who spend the last 2 years of the university education online. In this year, we are going to receive a group of students, okay? And they have spent 2 years online learning, but now they are coming in. And I think the different kind of expectation, different kind of scenario, that is something we need to address to make sure that we are delivering an effective and efficient education to them and to meet their expectation as well. And nothing will be the same. I think that is something I want to emphasize. Nothing will be the same after the pandemic. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And if I can now move on to Dr. Santosh Kumar and your university that is probably looking at you now. Would you like to care to comment for us, please?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure and honor to be a part of the panelists. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. As you all know, I represent one of the top tier universities in India, Amity University, which has more than 11 campuses within India. And we have 11 more international campuses abroad as well. So with regard to the topic that is being given for the panel today, a couple of things which I would certainly want to emphasize on is nothing but the new normal that we are talking about after the COVID. Even though this new normal is actually a normal thing that happens in Europe and in the US, I would certainly say that there are a lot of advantages of online learning. Yeah, I totally understand that, and more convenient. They are more flexible other than the ordinary classes. Students have more time to learn and do other activities and save time and provide opportunity for self-study, especially for the paced learners. So this is with regard to the learning part, because teaching part, as we all know, that online mode of LMS and all these Zoom platforms and other things, even though we have a lot of technologies to disseminate teaching, learning is the one important thing that is being totally hampered. So the major the common problems that we encountered during this COVID thing would be the loss of interest towards students. And many pockets of in India, as long as the Indian scenario is concerned, where a couple of villages who come from in, there were lack of internet facilities, the cost and the speed of the internet that hinders them, and the shortness of availability of time to solve the online tests. Because the evaluation platform is one of the important things. And when the teaching learning goes online, the evaluation platform also goes online, and there comes a very big problem that personally people in our universities they've faced much. And as you all know, in India we have more than 750 and odd universities and 3,700 colleges per se. Everything went on the online mode, and finally we would see that there was a screeching halt in this condition. So even people, when they were interested initially and were happy about the slow process that had happened after quite a long time, after 1881, later on these 2 years, people became so very upset, energetic, and they would want to come back. One of the questionnaire-based research that we did in our university initially proved that only 2% students wanted to come back on an offline platform from an online platform. But at the same time, this 2% had now moved to 78.9%, where now people would want to come. So to make the long story short, the major important impetus that we would ever give is that even though we say that we go for a new normal, and this is going to be the normal thing in many other universities. For example, I've been there in the US for 16 years as Dean of Academic Affairs, where Zoom platform is a normal thing. But whereas now in the world countries, then we bring it as an online platform as a new normal. I should certainly say there should be a blended learning in which both offline and online platforms have to be sequentially blended in disseminating the outcome-based education. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much for that. And I would like to introduce Dr. Deba from the Maldives. Perhaps you'd like to comment now? I think you're on mute as well. Or somebody is muting you. Seem to have some technical difficulties while we're trying to get Dr. Deba online. Just let you know, I understand the chat box is not working. So please hold your questions and jot them down on a piece of paper that you have to hand, and we will address those a little bit later. Dr. Deba, if not, let's move on to Professor Michael Lee.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you. Yes.
Okay. Well, it is my great honor to have the opportunity to join this roundtable discussion. I'm representing Foreign Catholic University, the largest Catholic university, under the direct supervision of the Ministry of Education of the Vatican City in East Asia, with the current enrollment of more than 18,000 full-time students. Furen is a comprehensive university with 12 colleges, as well as a teaching hospital. We are also India University, a sister university in Taiwan. Like President Lee has mentioned, the overall impact of pandemic in Taiwan is quite limited, because I believe Taiwan is an island country. So the border protection is a very important aspect, to prevent the imported case of COVID-19. So generally speaking, we have done a pretty good job in preventing the case to spread out. Up to now, the death toll is less than 1,000. And so the faculty, staff, and students, even though in certain cases, imposed by the government, we are still, in most instances, having a face-to-face teaching mode. So definitely, the faculty, staff, we spend quite a few time, try to get used to the online teaching mode. But in most instances, the impact is limited. So most of us, we are just required to wear mask, in public areas. Other than that, I don't see there's a sea change of our daily lives. The students, the faculty, staff, we can still go to restaurants, we can still go shopping, we can still go see a movie, like we used to be before the pandemic. I think the most important impact, to the universities in Taiwan are international recruitment, because, the university has closed the border, from time to time, if there's some imported cases. So in that instances, even though, they're admitted students, somehow if they're international students, they have to stay outside. They cannot get into the country. So in that instances, we have to definitely provide online and offline hybrid, learning mode. And so the university provide lots of resources, helping our faculty, staff, and students get used to that kind of environment. And of course, supporting learning mechanism like providing, teaching assistance, providing extra support from the faculty, and also like using social media apps, using supporting platforms to help the student, for this particular, hybrid learning mode is probably the #1 priority. Other than that, I think because we have lots of connections, I may give some more details later with regard to international collaboration, with regard to international, recruitment. Other than that, I think, in most instances, the school is operating as it used to be before the pandemic. And we are trying pretty hard, trying to make it as normal as it could be. So I believe, as things are getting better, the overall situation about the pandemic is kind of getting control up to now. And I believe since should be back to normal like we used to be in year 2019, probably starting the second half of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Professor Lee. Do we have Dr. Deba? Has she come back online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you are. Let me first thank Inti International University for giving me this opportunity to be part of a very important discussion and a timely discussion at this point of time. Professor Nordin already explained the disruption that was caused because of the pandemic to the entire education system across the world. Normally, under normal circumstances, also universities face same kind of challenges, same kind of demands for lifelong learning, for skills and competencies, and so on and so forth. So the COVID-19 actually intensified these challenges for universities. We still don't know how long this is going to last and the long-term impact this will have on higher education provision. What we do know for sure is that universities need to act and respond quickly. And many of the panelists already have mentioned this point. I'll refer to a UNESCO survey that was done in 2020. They've indicated that globally more than 1.5 billion students across all levels of learning were affected by the closure of educational institutions. So the universities had to suddenly migrate to large-scale online teaching and learning. So students, the staff, as Professor Nordin mentioned, the universities were unprepared and in some cases underprepared for this sudden abrupt shift in teaching modality. I'll share some of the experiences of the Maldives because many points have been covered. The lockdown happened in March 2020 in the Maldives, and as the lockdown was maintained, many students had to leave Male. Male is the capital city of Maldives, where the university is, due to loss of employment, due to hardship, due to family needs. Lot of students in our university and other universities in the capital had to go back to their islands and settle there. And then we had to migrate to online learning. All the higher education institutions in the Maldives migrated to online emergency remote teaching. So the challenges the students faced were slow internet, as Dr. Santosh mentioned in India, the same problem in the Maldives as well. Slow internet, and on top of that, having to spend fortunes on the internet bills. We have only 2 internet providers, so there is monopoly in terms of provision, and there was reluctance from providers to subsidize for the university. So the university had to struggle to find solutions to ensure continuity of education for our students. So COVID-19 disrupted the lives of our student population, I think globally as well, and it accentuated the deprivation of the minority in the world. A lot of reports from the Africa suggest that the minority population was most affected by the pandemic. In the case of Maldives, and in particular our university, students who migrated to the islands during the lockdown felt the digital deprivation more than those in the capital. So how do we re-strategize? As mentioned by Professor Nordin, the future is in blended hybrid forms of learning. The future is in digital transformation. So when we discuss about repositioning higher education, we need to think about how we can build IT digital infrastructure for all universities so that in the future we are better prepared and more resilient. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And just to round off that session, some of the key points that were actually raised was the hybrid teaching, access to technology, the overall student experience from students that are actually graduating and the ones that are coming through from secondary that have all been online, general unpreparedness as a result of it, and how you are going to restructure as you move on. We're going to take questions right at the end, but if we can kick off the next topic, maybe with Dr. Santosh Kumar, about your staffing experience. Can you hear us, or have you been muted again? We seem to have that problem. Hello, Dr. Santosh Kumar, are you there? Hello, I think. Okay, let's go back to you. I think he's muting himself. Let's go back to Dr. Lee then. Let's kick off with that. Looking at staff and what happened during the pandemic in regards to your institution.
Tina, can you hear me? Should be
Yes,
all right,
I can.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think Dr. Santos realized that there's a audio issue there. Okay, but anyway, that's okay. Let me start talking about the academic staff issue as well. Not really an issue. I think it's opportunity for us as well. I think just now my colleagues in this roundtable talk about digital transformation and also taking this opportunity to transit from one mode of delivery to another mode of delivery. The experiences we have in the last 2 years that when we started off, even though our staff have been well prepared for online delivery or hybrid learning, but however that when this online delivery prolonged, and we realized there are more and more challenge from the students, and also that challenge imposed anxiety on our academic staff. I just give you one specific example, okay? We want to have a very interactive learning session with our students. So we always want to engage the conversation with our students when they are on campus. Then, but however, when we move from campus-based learning to internet-based learning, and we are seeing the camera and we are communicating with our students via internet on camera. So how do we get the engagement, have that interactions with the student is really a skill. I think for a few months, okay, but for 2 years and more, we realize that this is something that lead to some concern of the student and also bring anxiety to our staff as well. So I think what we're trying to say is that yes, the digital transformation, the transformation of education need to be all-rounded. Not only the infrastructure, as my colleagues mentioned about the internet availability, the bandwidth, the platform, we need to relook at it. But however, the teaching staff, how do they actually talk to students? How do they actually engage with students? And I think that is also a challenge. And definitely that we should not be looking at this as technology can solve everything. The platform is an enabler. The technology will provide us with opportunity for change. But then academic staff, we need to be able to rethink how we need to do it online or hybrid. I think those are the key things I want to share here. But of course, that at this moment we do need to be mindful that our academic staff they have certain set of training and skill. They have certain set of teaching strategy, and then how do we actually highlight to the academic staff for them to realize the challenges is there? I think that is most important things. And once we know where is the problem and we can fix the problem, I think that is probably something I want to leave it for other panelists to comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Can we go back to Dr. Santosh Kumar? Can you hear us now? Okay, great. Would you like to comment on the next issue, which is staffing and the issues that you may or may not have faced during the pandemic?
Yeah. See, the main topic that I would just want to emphasize is on the research aspect part and the applicability part. For example, as rightly pointed out by all the panelists here, teaching had become a very important aspect. At the same time, learning had become so lethargic, especially when we are going to offer any practical related curriculum. That becomes a very big challenge. Our university has more of medical allied sciences and all related aspects where the practical hands-on trainings are much important. So during this COVID situation, it was already a very big a setback that our students weren't exposed to much of a hands-on experience, which is very much indispensably needed, both for science as well as for technology related courses. So this we satiated it through movies, recording of movies, and then that was disseminated to the students. And also we did some virtual internship programs. So this we formulated a curriculum, and then we posted them, and then we had certain industries to take part as well as elite labs to take part. And this has been totally filled, and that was given to the students, and teaching and learning aspect was continued through LMS. To our astonishment, what we found was the takers of this practical curriculum, practicum, was indeed very good as compared to the theory part that we did on a landing with the Zoom platform. And people wanted more of these kind of, the movie kind of a stuff. The reason is so simple that these people are able to assimilate that, and then in the days to come, they could practically do that hands-on. The second important thing with regard to research with the relevance to its innovation part. In our university, we have more than, say, 20,000 students who are currently enrolled in different platforms and in different courses, and we have more than 23 different colleges within a single campus. So having said with all this huge responsibility, making the same responsibility go uninterrupted online was really a very big challenging part, especially with regard to the research, especially extramural funded research, that totally hampered. Because the platform for research wasn't open, and that was totally a very great setback. So this 2 years of research setback was very hard, and now that India is almost open for academics institution now, the gearing up is very, very fast now to just salvage the lack of this 2 years of period. So this we can do by any means whatsoever in bringing about a paradigm shift in the teaching learning platform that is going to be new normal. So what we certainly would need is a in-house strategy, or the curriculum has to be changed in such a way that even after the COVID conditions are there, even there is no natural calamity that exists in the international arena, there should be a set of platforms, say 30% of the courses have to be handled only through online and these kind of value-added learning processes. This will certainly make a great flavor for the students in the future to come, so that these people will be also on the cycle to know that, okay, online and offline are not so much of a different thing. At the same time, certain kind of a portfolio courses and other stuff that I could take through the online platform, which would equip me in making me expertise on a specific field and getting placed onto a very value-added industries. So this was our take here, and we implemented it to some extent. And I should say that we can't say that we were successful 100%, but I should certainly say that we have been very successful, almost 65%, in disseminating this kind of a platform, which we are still following at everything. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And if we can move to Professor Michael Lee, perhaps you would like to share some of your thoughts on this area.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Like I have mentioned in the previous section, the impact of the pandemic to Taiwan is not very serious. But however, due to the government regulations, I think President Lee also knows that because he is originally from Taiwan. The government actually don't allow pure online programs, for any degrees. So before the pandemic, most of our programs are adopting the face-to-face teaching mode. But because of the pandemic, because of the border protection aspect, some international students, or I can say quite a few international students, are not allowed to come to school for study. So after the pandemic, the regulation has been released a little bit, and the pure online programs, I believe, are temporarily, accepted by the Ministry of Education, because Taiwan, actually the higher education market is highly restricted and highly regulated. The Ministry of Education, plays a very important role, for regulating no matter the public schools or the private schools. Okay, so since now the full-time online programs are acceptable, so the next issue is because our faculty members, they are used to the face-to-face teaching mode only for quite a while. So especially senior faculty members, they are not familiar with the technology. So now we have to spend quite a few time trying to provide, the equipments they need, trying to provide the know-how, about how to get familiar with those teaching platform they need to have. So in the very first beginning, because we don't know how long will be the pandemic, so some senior faculty members, they are reluctant to do it. They think, well, the case can be managed only in a few weeks, or only in a few months. So they try to be very reluctant to do it. But as time goes by, as the pressure from the university, now I believe most of the faculty members, they can manage with that. But President Lee also mentioned, how to be an effective teaching staff is now very important. As I think most of you know, Taiwan is a technology island. So we have lots of, supporting, system, can help our faculty members, improve their online teaching skills. So currently, I think the most important thing is, we provide lots of training seminars, workshops, try to help our faculty member improve their online teaching skills, because for online teaching, I believe whether the student can learn what they are supposed to learn is a very important aspect. So I think our faculty member and staff member were doing better and better, as time goes by, because it has been 2 years. And I believe, the pandemic's getting better. And, like I have mentioned, after, maybe the second half of the year, things should go back to normal. But I believe because our faculty and staff members, they have get used to this, I think they're capable of managing diversified tasks after the pandemic due to the experience they have accumulated during the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we move on to Professor Dr. Narazak from UKM? Would you like to comment, please?
Thank you very much, Ms. Tina. I would like to share experience from a public university, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, how we experience and how we are struggling and trying our best to overcome the problem from the pandemic, during the pandemic and post-pandemic. Of course, it come as I mentioned earlier, it's like overnight. We have to change if prior to the pandemic, blended learning, hybrid learning was it's just an option, whether a certain percentage, like in public university, at least 30% of online and 70% of face-to-face. And when the pandemic comes, we have to really fully online. So what we did was, we know that not all lecturers, we have to, for me, in overcoming this problem, we have to look at least at 3 different areas. First, from the management. Second, from the, no, at least 4, from the top management, the lecturers, the students, and the infrastructure. So top management, we're so supportive. We really go all out to overcome this problem. And what we did was we did a simple survey, very fast Google form to see what is the readiness of the lecturers. Very fast. We have to do the research very fast. Within 1 or 2 weeks, we need to get feedback from the lecturers. About their competency, what they need, what training do they need, the devices that they need, and so on. And that's from the lecturer and from the students. When the students are away from the university, we know that my university is so diverse. Many are B40, about 60 to 70% are B40 students. We have to cater for them. And we did, with the student association, from each faculty, we tried to find statistics on the students, what they need in order to excel in this online learning. So we did this through all the faculties. So we know that some students, they need devices, some students, they need data, extra data. Some students, they have all, but they have problem in the house. So all this actually, we got the unprecedented output. We thought that only devices that will solve everything, but actually there is more than that. More than that, the problem faced by the students. So we go into it. So all the Deputy Vice Chancellor for students, for academic, for industry, and for networking, and for research, all play a big role with each faculty. And from the faculty, each deputy dean for academic and all that, we have to go into the students and all that. So each faculty try to solve the problem. But what really touched me was, it's really touching. At that time, I was still the dean. I did the research together with the lecturers. Not only, we thought that the problem only the devices, but actually there is more like social well-being problem. What they face in that, what problem they're facing in the house. Usually, like they have 4 siblings, everybody in the university, everybody in the colleges, so only parents are in the house. But when everyone was in the house, it's so congested. They have problem. They have all devices, but they have problem with. They have to take care of their family, because the impact of this pandemic is not only education. The impact of pandemic, because some of them, their parents are jobless, they have to work and all that. So we try to solve that problem. Okay, then infrastructure. We try to improve on our infrastructure instantly. So whatever it is, we try to find budget to find that. So with the lecturers, those lecturers who need training, we have online training from the Teaching and Learning Center of the university. And we promote, we know that we are facing diverse lecturers. Some of them are Gen X and Z, some of them are baby boomers like me. So we are facing with diverse lecturers. and also some of them very technology savvy, some are not. So we have to redesign our workshop so that it caters for all. We reinforce on team teaching, the more experienced one with the young lecturers, and also we really look into our learning management again. We look into the courses, the online courses. We also look into the online evaluation, where prior to this, we do a lot, there are final examination in the lecture hall, but now no more lecture hall. We have to do everything online. So teaching and learning have been partially solved, but the evaluation system. So we have to really we have to reinforce and of the doing a lot of promotion to the lecturers about the continuous evaluation, not only evaluation in the lecture hall. So we have to relook at our course performer.
I think she's frozen there.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would like to summarize this. To summarize what I do, what we did is a bit, at least 4 entities has to look into this, and we have to look into the transition from teaching and learning in the new normal, from the teaching culture to the learning culture, we look shift of learning space from public space to personal space, shift of delivery of teaching and learning, individualized learning and differentiated learning, and also shifting responsibility in teaching and learning process, active participation of household members because students are at home, and lastly, shift in learning evaluations from final examination to formative assessment. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that. And finally, if we can speak to Dr. Debra and Maldives and your experience with regards to your staff during this pandemic time.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Like the students, as other members have mentioned, like the students, the staff were caught unawares as well. To top this, many had no or at most limited experience of online teaching, of online platforms, or applications. In our university, the Moodle, it's the learning management system we have, was in place and running, but many staff had actually not used the Moodle prior to the pandemic. So they were still very unfamiliar with the Moodle system as well when the pandemic struck the Maldives. There are many research actually that point to the fact that the change in working environment and the study arrangements actually caused work-related stress. And it was aggravated by personal stressors like Professor Noordin mentioned, having to work remotely from home, having to change tasks, and having to combine all of this with homeschooling children and caring for elderly members. The situation that was described just now by Professor Noordin is very similar in the Maldives. We actually, a colleague of mine and I did a study to find out the challenges our lecturers faced in having to shift to remote teaching. And the findings actually support the findings from the study that I have just mentioned. Many lecturers identified difficulty with student engagement, lack of familiarity with technology, lack of training, lack of peer support as major challenges. Interestingly, internet issue was mentioned, but not in relation to themselves, but in relation to students, challenges for students. I'll discuss a little about our capital city, Male. Male is one of the most congested cities in the world. So it's more like a construction site. There is construction going on 24/7. So when lecturers had to move from their public space from university to personal space at home in order to teach, they found the noise, non-stop noise, especially around their home, to be a significant challenge. They also discuss about having to deal with sickness in the family, family members getting COVID, and because of the psychological stress that was causing to the family, having to multitask, juggling teaching and caring for kids and so on and so forth. So COVID, but there is a very positive point that was highlighted in this study. And that is the fact that there was fear of technology at the beginning of the pandemic, but when they were asked about technology later on, they said it's very important and it's necessary in order to be able to teach in the future. So they have come to terms, the lecturers have come to terms that technology is important and they have to learn in order to be able to survive in the higher education system in the future. So this is a very important strategic message for all universities when we talk about re-strategizing, repositioning higher education. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that. And just to summarize that section, I think everybody agrees that there isn't just, you can't put a strategy into place on a piecemeal basis. Any transformation needs to be kind of all encompassing. And what we're hearing is that with existing staff, especially senior staff that are not used to technology, and even with new staff as well, where they're not being used to teaching face-to-face and now having to deal with different sort of an infrastructure and the stresses that come with that. Our next section is actually on teaching and learning, and I know we've touched upon it when we were speaking about students and staff, but perhaps we could drill down a little bit further and talk about your own experiences and strategies, because we've got a mix of universities here. We've got private and we've got public universities, all of course which are funded very differently, but perhaps the resources to adapt and change and acknowledging the challenges. Perhaps we could look at that teaching and learning and changes of infrastructure and how perhaps where your respective institutions are going to fund that. Perhaps we could push that in that direction, since we've kind of covered some of the other areas earlier. Perhaps we could start off with Professor Michael Lee.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think, for the local students, the teaching and learning can be well managed, because we have limited dormitory space. Only the students from the southern, or the central part of the island can stay on campus. All other students, they commute. And as the pandemic controls pretty well in Taiwan, so for local students, we don't have too much trouble, because we just happen to be lucky because of the control of the spread of the pandemic is reasonably well. So most of us, our daily lives are without too much interference. We just need to wear a mask to go to public areas, to go to the classroom. And, in most instances, we still have the face-to-face teaching mode, without too much trouble. But for international students, that's something, I have to probably provide some ideas about what we have been doing. Because, for example, because, we are a Catholic university as well as a Jesuit university, so we have lots of partner schools. For example, we have lots of Catholic partner schools in India as well, like Loyola, okay? And because of that, we have quite a few international joint degree or double degree programs. So how to manage the time difference, when we deliver online courses, that's headache for most of our faculty and staff members. For example, we have probably the first tri-continent program in Asia. We are partnering with two other Jesuit business schools, one in Barcelona, Spain, of course, we in Taipei, and the last one is Loyola Marymount in Los Angeles. So for example, if the students from Europe and the students from the US, they cannot come to our campus, they cannot make a presence for our classes, for our face-to-face classes. Definitely we have to go the online mode. But because of the time difference, I believe probably it's midnight over there in the Eastern Standard Time over there in Tina's place. So it's a headache for our faculty members and staff members and all the 3 partner schools to arrange the class schedule. Because no matter how hard you're working, there will be some students or some of the partner faculties, they are in the middle of the night. So how to manage this, class schedule, and if the students cannot make the class, we will have definitely need a technical support to record the entire class sections, make sure that if the students, they cannot have the questions on time, we will have our faculty member, our teaching staff, as well as the teaching assistant, provide office hours other than the regular office hour. So I believe the teaching and learning, for our local students, I believe are well managed. For our international programs, even though the enrollment has dropped, but we want to still keep those programs because some of the programs, the ranking is really good. They're our flagship programs. We don't want to let them, just face down. We want to keep the momentum. So that's something we are really paying too much attention in making those programs functioning. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And perhaps we can go back to Dr. Santosh Kumar again, if we can. Hello, are you? Yes, yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, in trailing thoughts of the earlier panelists, I would certainly endorse that there has been already a great challenge with regard to the international placements and also with regard to the international student migrations as well. The reason being that, the international placements and international trainings that are currently happening in many universities, especially, for example, if you take Amity University is concerned, we have more than 6 to 7 international programs that are currently being taken care of. One of the important popular international programs that is being now currently taken charge by Dr. Bhavana Sharma, who is the officiating HOA of Amity Business School, is the 3C program, the Tri-Continent program. So even though we have quite a lot of people who have been signed up for those important programs, the execution of the programs still is being hampered because of the COVID. Number one is because of the cross-border movement of the students. At the same time, the second important thing is the caution that is being very much executed by the parents of the students. The third important thing is the visa procedures, which have been very much stringent, and where many of the outposts are being closed, international outposts have been closed. So a couple of things do happen. And as you all know, that even these kind of international programs are now moving on to an online mode part. But the problem is with regard to the students' experience on another alien soil, which is very much needed. And that is why such programs are on popular basis. And I should certainly say that Amity University, Mumbai, has now recently ventured on a partnership with 3 other American international universities: University of Arizona, University of California, Riverside, University of Florida at Gainesville, on the academic as well as the research programs. But slowly we are pitching in as we are around the corner of completing this COVID ordeal. But at the same time, I should certainly say that these 2 years have been totally a standstill in such a program. And as you all know that an online teaching would not suffice by any means in giving the true knowledge and the training that is needed in this international. But at the same time, with regard to the international admissions per se, for concern, for example, if you just take and discuss about the international admissions that are happening in the US, the country was very much liberal in bringing up the admissions and exclusively opening windows for the F1 and the J1 category of the visa for the Indian as well as the Chinese continent to go over there for taking up their higher studies. So, which is well appreciated, especially with the United States of America government is concerned. So each and every government, for example, the European system as well, or the UK, which is totally being shut down now, is still slowly coming. And at the same time, I should certainly say that there are a lot of countries who had given lending hands for these international liaisons to go uninterrupted. And I should certainly thank the international academic arena for bringing this, because each and every university that we represent participating in this roundtable, one way or other, would have the international programs that are up and running, and that is going to be a flagship program. And I should certainly say that this has to be perpetuated. By no means this shouldn't be interrupted to make the standard of the teaching little higher. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can we move to Dr. Deba? Are you able to comment on the teaching and learning aspects and where you think the challenges will be with regards to funding and perhaps just teaching in general?
Thank you. Like many panelists have mentioned, many universities, not just in Maldives, across the globe, has been teaching face-to-face, using the traditional mode of teaching. So for teaching and learning, one of the key challenges was the fact that, at least in our case, in our university, the requisite IT infrastructure for online teaching were minimal, and in some cases it was not existent. So I think this was faced by many countries, many developing countries mostly. But what I feel is that the pandemic has presented us with an opportunity to scale up innovations and to bring in digital infrastructure so that future of higher education institutions, they become more resilient for future crises like these pandemics. So many universities previously actually had experimented with hybrid blended learning options. Our university hadn't. So even though this is the case, there is a need still to strengthen this to maintain quality of teaching and learning. And I'm speaking from my own experience. When our university went into sudden shift to emergency remote teaching, we had a plan. We prepared an emergency plan, a contingency plan for teaching and learning. And we shared it with all the members of our staff. And but we found that the lecturers actually, the staff actually taught in hybrid form, but they had no idea of what blended learning and what hybrid means. And I would like to refer to Dr. Joseph Lee's point earlier on about digital transformation need to be all-rounded. That is very true. This is what I have experienced here. When it is not all-rounded, when the curriculum is not prepared in that way, when the staff is not prepared for this in terms of familiarity, when the assessment is not in alignment with this kind of learning, then it doesn't work. It actually compromises teaching and quality of teaching and learning. So it has to be well-rounded. the transformation is important, but it has to be well-rounded. So one of the things that that is important in repositioning higher education is to take this lack of experience, lack of infrastructure, the need for an all-rounded, holistic approach to digital transformation into consideration. Our university had never experimented with online or hybrid teaching any time prior to the pandemic. So the impact on our students' teaching and learning was greater, but that was a very great learning experience for us because it actually brought some consciousness to the staff about how much they should be ready for this. It brought consciousness to the management about what kind of training is important for our staff to be able to be resilient in the future. So there is a need to implement a plan to strategically familiarize staff with digital technologies and online learning and teaching pedagogy, curriculum, and assessment. So what we have learned is there is a need, we need to take these new innovations that we are coming up with due to the pandemic into considerations when we plan ahead into the future. And that is where the universities can sustain, can be resilient in the future. So online education is now the core in terms of strategies of universities for institutional resilience, for academic continuity. The COVID has presented us the opportunity to rethink about new digital, online, and pedagogical possibilities to transform learning and to enact strategies for development. So I think teaching and learning should go in that way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just move on to Dr. Joseph Lee then, please?
Thank you very much, Ina. And firstly, that I do want to say I enjoyed the session very much because that all of us from background, different, and we face different kind of issues, and we all have the welfare and benefit of for the benefit of students. I think that is something that I really appreciate, and I think that is something that we always focus on. Then coming back to this teaching and learning, I think the teaching and learning are two aspects of curriculum design. Other than teaching and learning, there's assessment and there's engagement, and also preparation of the staff and preparation of the students as well. So what I will see is that what I can see is that now we need to look into the different kind of teaching strategy from the academic staff perspective, and also we need to be mindful that the students' learning behavior or the learning style may be different in the future. I think those are two things that we need to be very mindful in terms of how we actually navigate our transformation of the curriculum design in the future to meet the expectation and the different expectation of the student and the employer as well. I think more specifically, what I would like to say is that what we are doing right now, or what I'm encouraging my colleagues are doing right now, is that we need to look into the future. We need to see what will be the next opportunity for us. COVID is a crisis, but the crisis did bring us opportunity. Education industry has been very orthodox, very reserved, very traditional in terms of how do we deliver the courses. But of course, pandemic actually caused us and forced us to bring the education online. And yes, and I will learn a lot of things as all the panelists have shared with us. But what I can see is that what we need to do as administrator or as management of the university, we need to do is that how do we more carefully manage our resources in order to make sure that we can meet the needs of the next generation of learner. And when I talk about the next generation of learner, I was referring to that the student they may have certain period of time in the secondary or primary school, they do online learning. So the style will be different. What we are doing here, I'm encouraging my colleagues to do. One is that in anticipation of all these changes, that first of all, we need to equip ourselves on the new way of delivering, the new way of teaching, the new way of engagement with the students. So that is part of the learning and teaching strategy. And of course, assessment likewise. Another thing that as administrator, I'm looking at that how can we actually reduce the burden on the student and reduce the burden on the institution as well. For example, like we are actually looking into more e-book rather than physical textbook in the library. And because that once we are in the hybrid mode, probably the physical textbook may not be so available and when they need it. Okay, so we do need to look into that and not only encouraging our staff member start doing a little bit more publication in that area, but also that we are encouraging the teachers to adopt more online resources for our students, so they have the broader base of resources to reach upon when they need the help. Another aspect I wish to highlight is that throughout the 2 years of pandemic, because the internet-based learning, we realized that there are quite a number of, for example, application of software which are preparatory, which means that the student can only access online. And I guess that the new way of learning or the new normal after the pandemic for higher education, we need to work with technology company as well. Okay, and I think it was one of the proposals by UNESCO to talk about open access software, open access application, and to the students and to the education industry. And because that's a lot of things that we think is very good to the student, but we cannot make it available to the wider base of the student on the internet, and because it's campus-based. So I think those are things that I have a lot of other examples and I can share with you. But what I'm thinking is that not only the education will transform, but also the business model with related industry will also transform. Just for example, earlier on, I think the keynote talked about the virtual inbound study tour. Okay, and I'm sorry, the inbound study tour. But we did it virtually because we do not want the student to lose that opportunity to have interaction with other institutions during the pandemic due to restrictions. So we do virtual inbound study tour. And with that experiences, and then what we are doing right now, and this is something I'm hoping that my colleagues on the round table and the partner from around the world will work with us. I think that I can see the possibility of inter-varsity or inter-university selection of courses. Okay, we have the experiences to deliver the courses online, and why don't we provide the opportunity, a platform for our students to take some courses from UKM, from Amity, and likewise for students from Amity to take some courses from INTI for that argument. So I think those are the experiences we can get, and I really look forward to have the opportunity to have more in-depth discussion to talk about this inter-university selection of courses. I know Fujian University has done a wonderful job, and they have the network and enable the students to do that. I think that was a wonderful example which we can actually follow, and I do hope that I will have opportunity to speak to the colleagues here to see how can we actually advance this, and not for the benefit of the institution, but it's actually for the benefit of the students, because they need the exposure. They need the exposure, and we as administrator of the university will need to provide them with opportunity to gain that kind of international exposure. Okay, so I think those are a few things I want to share on this particular topic. Thank you.
Right, and finally, Dr. Datuk Nur Razak, your comments, please, on this subject.
Thank you, Miss Tina. Okay, very interesting discussion. It becomes hotter and hotter now when we really go into a very authentic situation. Okay, I love to discuss about this further, and everybody is talking everything in line with the SDG number 4 by United Nations. Everybody is in the high spirit of developing and delivering the quality education. So we are together here. So in University Kebangsaan Malaysia or National University of Malaysia, as I mentioned earlier, we are catering for diverse learners. We have about 25,000 students, undergraduate, masters, PhD. We have international students and all that. So of course, we are catering for diverse learners, diverse lecturers. They are from different part of Malaysia and different part of the world. So what we are doing here, of course, we are how will COVID-19 pandemic alter the future of teaching and learning in higher education. So we are thinking as based on what I've discussed before, like reimagining higher education. We are reimagining it and innovation, and we focus on recovering the teaching and learning, focus on recovering the existing system, but we know that there is opportunity to build back for the better of our teaching and learning process. So opportunity to reimagine our education system going forward, preparing for the students for life, not only for examination. And can we plan to new normal? And of course, we are facing challenges. What new approaches in teaching and learning can we turn to? How can education embrace experimentation and reinvention in teaching and learning? Those are the challenges. And one more challenge, what will it take to motivate and retain our students, especially for a university like us with about 25,000 students? And where and how learning takes place? So digitalization in teaching and learning. So what we have discussed, over, I think, going to 2 hours now, like the pandemic has put the digital technology at the heart of higher education now. Rethinking learning and how digital learning in higher education can thrive beyond the pandemic. So we have to see what type in redesigning the teaching and learning. We have, for myself as a learning designer, we have to look what type of students now that come to our university. So sometimes there are school leavers transitioning to adult and working life. There are a lot of adult learners. We have to change our teaching and learning from pedagogy to andragogy. We have students who want to enter regulated professions. So they are adult learners going into professional courses, students with passion for creative arts, music and drama. Usually for our public university, we don't have many of that courses. So that we have to look into it. And also postgraduates developing specialized expertise, where we have to look into reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling program, go not only for full program, but go into professional courses that really are going into the Malaysia. For Malaysia, it is we have to go through the Malaysia qualification assurance that endorsed by those, and there are also second chance students who wants to do reskilling. So those type of students who now, after we did our market survey, those are the new students, adult learners that come to our university that we have to go into more flexible learning, more into teaching and learning 4.0, and the method of teaching and learning going beyond pedagogy, preparing students for their future to be lifelong learners, global citizens, and also beyond classroom. And how universities can do this? University will really need to expand and revise our curriculum so that we cater to the digital future students, going inclusive, going for sustainable and collaborative system, and redesigning curriculum. I would like to share we are doing now for our university to cater for all those. We go into micro-credential, micro-degree courses, micro-masters program, more for the new global university concept. And we started our massive online open courses about 7 years ago. Now we are rebranding our MOOC, our massive online courses, going into more certificate base. And also we really go all out for ODL, open distance learning, ODL offering program based, either for undergraduate and postgraduate. So we go ODL based on micro-credential too. So we have to get greater openness and collaboration with other universities, other industry, like what Prof. Lee has said just now. So greater openness and collaboration that can help universities carve out a new identity, the global university, and making digital architecture a prior now for the futuristic teaching and learning process in higher education. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Tina.
Thank you very much on that section for teaching and learning. I think we've all agreed here that bringing in change has been difficult, and bringing in change has kind of been imposed upon us, and in most circumstances we've either been caught unawares, infrastructure has essentially given us a challenge, so we've got to review the student experience. Teaching and learning has to change and embrace technology. Senior staff and even new learning staff, the way they teach is going to be different. But throughout all of this, I guess the bursars of your universities, or those that are actually manning your universities, says, so these are all very nice ideas, but who's going to be funding it? And of course, funding comes from different aspects depending on whether you're private or whether you're public. So this probably moves us on to the next section, which is international recruitment, because as you know, international students bring in not only tuition fees to the university, but they also boost the local economy. So maybe let's start off with Dr. Lee, and perhaps you would like to comment on the international recruitment side of things and how that's actually going to affect recruitment in future, especially when we've talked about all the changes that you guys would like to have.
Thank you, Tina. Once again, that INTI is a private university, so we need to depend on our resources. And so for the last 30+ years, we have been doing very well in terms of managing our resources and providing the quality education we want to. Of course, that in terms of international recruitment, and this is one of the strengths of INTI, we have more than 30% of the students from all over the world, with more than 70 different countries. Of course, during the pandemic, we see the challenge of international student recruitment because the border is closed. But however, thanks to the technology, we actually have the platform still to continue to deliver our courses to international students. So I think that is something that we prepare ourselves well, and we can actually capitalize on that, even we have the challenges of the pandemic in the last 2 years. But I think what I would need to say is that what we are seeing right now is that because the wide variety of competition and brought forward by the technology-enabled delivery of higher education, I think the challenge or the competition will not be from the next door, will be from far away, from another continent. So I think the education industry, what I can see is that we are, to a certain extent, competition to each other. Okay, we are not a direct competitor of UKM, but to a certain extent, we are competing for certain segment, probably. Okay, but however, what I will need to say is that I think what I can see from this point onwards, we should not emphasize on the competition part of it. We should be the partner in competition. There are a lot of things we can work together to support each other, to make the whole environment even better for everyone. So I think the demand is there. We need to capitalize on the resources we have and to overcome the challenge of international recruitment. Okay. Earlier on, I talked about.
We lost you.
Hello, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. I think somebody else has joined us.
Sorry, I just want to say that lost me. So I was going to say that I think, as I mentioned earlier on in the last topic, there are a lot of opportunities for us to work together. I think by working together to have value added to each and every one of us, individually or collectively, will be the only way to overcome the competition, and then you will actually enhance our effort in terms of international recruitment. I always have the dream, just like what Professor Michael Lee was talking about earlier on. We should have a program which allow the students to take one program in 3 different or 4 different locations, have that international exposure. And that, I think, is going to be the way to overcome the challenge in international recruitment after pandemic. So I think that is something I would like to share and also leave that as a food for thought for everyone to comment. Thank you.
Great. Okay, can we perhaps move back to Datuk Nur Razak, because obviously you have a different, you're publicly funded. Perhaps you might have some comments which might be slightly different from Dr. Joseph Lee.
Yes, okay, thank you, Ms. Tina. Very interesting when we talk about financial issue here. Please bear in mind now, public university, we have very little funding, everything being cut. Prof, everything being cut, and actually now, since we redesign our framework of how we're going to maneuver this university. So we have the TERAS for talent, agile, we have revitalize, ethics and soul. And all this going into 2 ultimate goals. One is income generation, second is graduate employability. So everybody is struggling going into this ultimate goal, graduate employability and income generation. So of course, we have, although we are public university, funding is being cut so much, more than 50%. Okay, so but we are expected to have increased number of students. So we, public university, we have to be creative, innovative, and all out. And I would like to share one of our initiatives, of course, international students, internationalization, endowment, bring chairs to the university. That's all under my portfolio, graduate employability, international and industrial partnership. And I would like to share a very impactful effort. I led UKM delegates to last year's Dubai Expo Education. So we really all out for about 2 weeks over there. We went to the Middle East to sell, really quote unquote, sell our university in terms of programs. And we signed a few MOUs with the business partners over there. And one more impactful thing that just happened lately, last 2 weeks, followed, I think, for after the Expo, Dubai Expo, we visited Qatar, where we really target on the royal family and all that, how we can sell, we can bring UKM to Qatar. So finally, we managed to sign the MOU with Qatar to have our campus at Qatar. So it has been announced by the Prime Minister. We are the first university. We went aggressively. We invest on that really to get a very good pay. I mean, we did a lot of investment over there. So one of the initiative that we do is really enrich and our business wing. We rebrand our business wing. Last time it was called UKM Development Center. Now we rebrand it to UKM Shape, where we reshape the education, shape the lifelong learners, and all that. So we have to be aggressive for international, and after Qatar, maybe we are going to another country to have our branch campus at other countries. So we have to be very bold, very bold in having our funding. And of course, I really totally agree with the Vice Chancellor of INTI, Prof. Gerard, Prof. Lee, the Vice Chancellor of INTI, Prof. We are going to do collaboration. The public university and the private university. After this, maybe we have with Maldives. We have with where else here, with MIT University and all that. We sit down and we strategize how internationalization, yes, outside there, but we in Malaysia also we have to sit down, because we are aiming for SDG number 4 for sustainable development goal to produce quality education together. So just sharing some of the initiatives that we aggressively are doing now at public university. Thank you.
If I can move very swiftly on to Dr. Deepa, please. You're muted. Dr. Deepa, you're muted. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll start off from where Professor Nordin stopped. Mentioned about bilateral funding. We are also a public university, and here, as she mentioned, very little funding. We feel that internationalization is very important, but for bodies in the context of UN, it's a very new concept. We have actually we are now preparing for internationalization. We have realized internationalization in our 2021-2025 strategy plan. In order to realize internationalization strategy, we have actually already established long-term international relations department. So we are on the way towards internationalization, and I was really happy to hear Professor Nordin write some components. Progressively, the lab from still there is also a possibility that we think about the future of higher education, especially international recruitment.
Okay, thank you. And if we move straight on to Professor Martelli, for your comment, please. Is he there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Let me give a brief overview of the international recruitment over here in Taiwan. If I don't make a mistake, I just checked the government website. The number of international students, including degree-seeking and exchange students studying in Taiwan, have increased from around 57,000 in 2011 to 128,000 in 2020. The number has dropped to 92,000 in 2021, I believe, due to limited travel policy and government policies. The top 3 countries of international students are from Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Surprisingly to know, Malaysia used to be the #1 source country of Taiwan's international students, but dropped to number 3. I believe, right now there are competitors out there. I believe Xiamen University has a branch campus in KL, as well as quite a few overseas Chinese. They also choose to study in China. So that's something we have to be aware of. Taiwan's government and all universities started to figure out that internationalization, especially international recruiting, is very important because that Taiwan is facing low and decline birth rate during the past 2 decades. So that's why international recruitment is very important, try to mitigate the resulting impact. However, there are hurdles out there because most of the programs are taught by Mandarin Chinese and therefore limit the admission of international students. Even though, for example, we are doing quite well in control the pandemic, lots of students like to come over here to study, but the negative side is that we control the number of visas we can provide, and also the other long quarantine policies out there. So even though we are trying very hard, but there are still lots of improvements I believe need to be managed before the international students would love to come over. For example, because it's very difficult to stay after getting their degree, as Taiwan has very tough regulations about immigration policies, and besides, the housing and living expenses are getting higher and higher. So there are still hurdles out there. I believe the most important thing is the government and all the universities should probably try to provide more pure English programs. Otherwise, the students will be mainly limited to those countries with lots of overseas Chinese, like Malaysia, they can speak Mandarin. So other than that, I think there's still a long way to go. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And finally in this session, Dr. Santosh Kumar, please. Dr. Santosh Kumar, your comments, please, in this final section on international recruitment.
Yeah, as a trailing comment here, as many of the panelists would agree, number one is the scholastic crunch with regard to the funding. The second important thing is the mobility of the international students. And the third one is going to be the rigorous Indian policies that are currently in place to curb the pandemic. So, taking this into consideration, as the priority is given only to curb the pandemic and to make things onto a normal state. I know that not only academia is hampered, but also many facets of life is being hampered here. But taking academia, which is one of the most foremost thing with regard to the knowledge initiation and bringing up a powerful country per se, is that we need to just make some tailor-made adjustments with regard to the international studies as well, especially to tide over these kind of studying policies that do exist during natural calamities. And we should also have a stopgap or a plan B arrangement, especially with certain important countries where we are currently in collaboration with. For example, like many other countries which are now comparatively liberal, do not seem to be liberal when you go inside the country. For example, like, when an Indian student goes inside an American continent for studying, as of now currently, even though he or she is given a visa, a student visa or a researcher visa, what happens further down is he or she is supposed to take at least 2 courses offline, more than other courses that he or she can take it online. So these kind of mandates are really there, which begets these students to be housed there and get involved in those kind of stringencies, where I should certainly say that the policies have to be modified and stringently changed in the mother country from which the student originates, in order to improve the standards in which we can be in par with the country where we send our students for international exposure. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We are actually coming to time and we've actually run over 10 minutes. So I'm actually going to head straight to the questions. And I know that people will have plenty to say about the research and the well-being, but we've probably covered those anecdotally in those areas. I'm going to start off with some questions here. We have here, hold on a minute, I've just been sent these questions to the panel, if they can perhaps address these. There are 2 issues on my mind which do have immediate answers in the hybrid teaching mode. There are 1, monitoring of student attendance and assessment of learning outcomes. Number 2, how to improve soft skills, which are usually learned in person, campus life, that is much restricted during pandemic. So this is a question that has been brought up. Would somebody like to answer that question? Perhaps Michael Lee, perhaps you'd like to answer that question, perhaps, since you talked about hybrid online courses that you've mentioned.
Yeah, I think, technology support is very important for online teaching, especially if you're talking about the outcome assessment. So I believe there are lots of seminars, and workshops going on during the past 2 years on campus, off campus. So especially Taiwan, like I have mentioned, is a technology island. So the Ministry of Education, they knows that quite a few overseas Chinese students and international students, as long as they are not citizens to the country, they are not allowed to get in because we have border control. So it's a nationwide drive, to help, all the faculty, from the university level, all the way down to the elementary, school teacher, because from time to time, we still have some period that the pandemic is quite serious, even though, from the outsider's perspective, it's nothing. But, because probably of the cultural difference, we still think those are kind of considered serious. So, sometimes we will move the entire courses online. So how to make sure, the assessment, how to make sure, the quality of the online teaching, I believe is a very strong focus, from the entire country's perspective. We try hard, and we also know that, like I have mentioned, some senior faculty members, they are not aware of that kind of situation in the very first beginning. But I think since that getting better, and and also, like I have mentioned, things are quite normal right now because we are back to the face-to-face teaching mode for quite a while. So we take the technology, as a supporting tool, and also, lots of social media apps, Line groups, WeChat groups, WhatsApp groups, have been formed for each individual class, and also the teaching platform. I think, we're getting there, but definitely, there are some soft skills, which cannot be managed, And we just hope that, especially for the undergrad students, especially for those, probably they're freshmen and sophomores, they are kind of suffer from this kind of training, during the past 2 years, we can have the opportunity to make it up. Yeah. So that's something I can share with you. Thank you.
Does any of the other panel members like to answer that question? Because I have quite a few questions here, actually. We've got another question here, which is how could we avoid students from plagiarism during online exams? Always a challenge.
So just to intervene, we have a lot of softwares that have come for the evaluation part. Okay, for example, it's not coming immediately at the top of my mind that I should certainly say that proctoring softwares are currently in place, and many of our universities are following that kind of an online proctoring, which we had followed during the COVID situation as well. So that is one of the important things that we could certainly take that into consideration, which are quite a lot that are available, and that too on an affordable cost as well.
Okay, does any of the other panel members like to comment before I move on to the next question?
Yes, Ms. Tina, I would like to add. Okay. Yes, Ms. Tina, Anoraza here.
Yes, hi Noraza.
Yeah. I would like to add just a bit from what Prof has said just now. To avoid the plagiarism or cheating and all that, university should invest on proctoring system. If prior to pandemic is an optional, whether they want to use it or not, because online examination was not a prime thing that has been practiced in a university, especially a public university, and I think also practice in a private university. But now, since we are applying a lot of online evaluation, so the proctoring system in the evaluation must be taken into consideration. Is a big investment actually. The software is expensive. I think in India it's very famous there. Maybe we can have advice from MIT University. And I visited one of the international university. They really one of the medical faculty. They really redesigned the infrastructure of the university with all the camera and all that. All the devices have to be installed, have to be invested by the university. And another thing is, as I shared just now in my talk or my sharing just now about redesign evaluation. So it's not all about examination based. Is on also we have to look into restructuring our evaluation process. We should go into the continuous evaluation, project based. We have to go into many types of assignments, various assignments as evaluation mode. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This kind of leads on, thank you very much. This leads us on to the next question, which I would like to open up to the panel to address actually. And this is on the open courseware, that is sharing of EMI courses plus joint teaching sessions. Understandably, there are commercial entities surrounding these, but partner institutions can do the same as they so choose. Perhaps the panel would somebody like to kick off somewhere and answer that question?
Ms. Tina, if I may?
Yeah, certainly.
I earlier talked about the open access preparatory software application, ebook, textbook, teaching material. And I think I made that comment with the vision in mind that our higher education should be all inclusive, available to whoever wants to have some higher education. But I think that is something that is a philosophical and baseline, and what we want to do to make sure that higher education is available regardless of the background of the student and the family background as well. So we want to make available to that. But of course, that institution of higher learning like INTI, especially a private university, we cannot do it alone. We cannot do it by ourselves. We need to have the support from other sector, not only the technology company and not only the publisher. And we also need to have government policy and the infrastructure to support that. Earlier on, we heard about that the limitation of the infrastructure in Maldives, Mauritius. And there, I think all these are actually challenges for us. So I think when the pandemic actually is a crisis itself, but it brought opportunity for us to work together and to expose a lot of the issues. So I think to address that issue, the open access courseware, and I think earlier on we also talk about we make our courses available to everyone, so we can share rather than replicate our effort and let the student have the best. So I think those are the things that I would really want to call upon my colleagues, also the institution worldwide, to join together, to work together for the benefit of the student in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We've actually come to time, I'm afraid. We've run 20 minutes over, and I know some of you have to move on, but I would like to thank our host, Dr. Joseph Lee from INTI, Professor Dr. Noraza from UKM, Dr. Debo Busa, Deputy Vice Chancellor from the Maldives, University of Maldives, Professor Dr. Michael Lee, Special Advisor to the President of Fujian Catholic University, Dr. Santosh Kumar, and hello to all those that are on his campus that are watching as well, and our timekeeper and Dr. Lai Yin Ling. I'm apologising that we've had to close this session, but I think we've brought up some pretty good issues and tried to keep the topic, certainly lots of food for thought. If I can hand over to Dr. Lai. I understand the session is actually being recorded, so those that are actually participating should be able to get a copy of it. Judging by the questions that we've not been able to go through, it certainly has been thought-provoking. Dr. Lai, can I hand you back to the floor? Can I hand you back? No, thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you. Prof. Noraza, I'm afraid that we are very much behind time right now. Thank you very much to everybody again. What we will do after this is that we will probably have another sessions of debriefing. We will gather all our guest speakers again later on to look at other questions and also explore possibilities for us to, look at how we can work with each other instead of or complementing each other instead of competing with each other. And with that, I would like to say thank you again, everybody, for your time. Our next sessions on the Roundtable 2 will be at 2 o'clock. Again, feel free to log in a bit earlier. And we are also expecting to have the next group of speakers to be sharing their insights with us as well. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you, INTI. Congratulations to all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Section.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I really hope it doesn't stop here. You can go further.
No, don't worry. I will come back to you and our guest speakers here as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello to everybody in India, in Mumbai.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Rashi and the rest of you at the live now. Professor Santosh will keep it as well later on. Let's speak separately later after this. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, I can go for a cup of tea now. Thank you.
Oh iya lah saja dia tanya kabar aku salah tahu. Ada cumanya dia cakap
their presence. And also we look forward. Now there is a small break that is there for next 40-45 minutes. All can rejuvenate themselves, get fresh, and we shall again be back into this big auditorium around 11:15 a.m. IST so that we can move ahead with the event. So it will be Malaysian time of 2 o'clock noon. So we are here commencing at 11:30. I request BBA semester 246 as well as MBA semester 2-4 if they are present, and others, that is BCom 2, 6 and 4 and 6 semesters to be there. We shall all be supporting this event, and I thank our entire ABS team and Director Ma'am for being there, and we are soon meeting after a small break of 45 minutes. I thank each and every volunteer also for making a successful movement and peaceful hearing. Thanks a lot. Thank you all. See you after a small break. Thank you.
Organized by INTI International University Malaysia. In collaboration with us are the National University of Malaysia, UKM, Amity University Mumbai, India, Islamic University of Maldives, and we have doctoral support groups as our media partner. So without further ado, now let's start with our Roundtable 2 sections with the topic of strategies dealing with unknown and uncertainties. I will pass the floor over to our moderator of Roundtable 2, Professor Dr. Amran. Yep, Dr. Amran, now is your turn. Thank you. Prof. Amran, we can't hear you. Maybe you just leave a while, okay, then come back again, join us back. So we just wait for 1 minute, okay, for Prof. Amran to join us. Dr. Lai, we can't hear you too.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
We're hearing you.
Can you hear me? Clear?
Now we, yeah.
Oh, okay, what a relief. Okay, welcome to Roundtable 2. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. And welcome again to the second roundtable of the International Higher Education Conference. Once again, my name is Amran and I will be your moderator for this session. And we're very excited to see a pool of speakers from various parts of the world to deliberate on the theme of this roundtable, which is strategies dealing with the unknown and the uncertainties. And I'm not going to go into the detail of the speakers because it's listed in the web pages. And I will start the roundtable, okay, by reading a statement which I think will be the focus of our discussion. Okay, the global economy has shown remarkable resilience and inclusivity. Resilience and inclusivity, okay, throughout the pandemic, but history shows that real recoveries depend on flexibility, adaptability, and decisive decision taking. Okay, so we'll be talking about this, okay, and we hope the esteemed speakers will be able to present from your university or institutional perspective per se. And so without wasting time, I would like to call upon our first speaker, Dr. Sabur Khan, the chairman of Daffodil International University of Bangladesh, to present his paper. Dr. Sabur Khan, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just going to share it. Just a minute. Is it my screen is visible?
I don't see it.
Okay, just a minute.
In the meantime, the others, if you might want to check your presentation material so that I think this thing sometimes it can't be helped. They will crop up problems with IT, connectivity, integration, and so on.
So my screen is not visible, right?
It is not.
Okay. Is there anyone can help me for my screen?
I'm not too sure. Okay. How much time do you have, Dr. Sabur? Because if not, we will switch over to Jennifer and then come back to you again in about 10 minutes time. Can we do that?
Yeah, it's okay because I'm seeing my screen. But anyway.
Yeah, I think you have to go out and rejoin, like what happened to me just now. You have to go out and rejoin again. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just switch to Miss Jennifer Zhang, if you are ready. Did I say your name correctly? Jennifer, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here, and I'm going to put this on.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we can see it.
Yes. Need to choose which video display.
Yeah. You should go on full screen, but then if it doesn't work, it's okay. It comes out nicely. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Sorry for all the hassles. From here, you can see all the challenges digital world is bringing us anyway. My name is Jennifer Zhang. I'm the head of business development for China for Cambridge Assessment English. So who is Cambridge Assessment English? We are actually part of the Cambridge Assessment Group. And this group consists with 4 parts. One is Cambridge Assessment English, and Cambridge Assessment Admissions Testing, Cambridge Assessment International Education, and also Cambridge OCR. Together, the 4 parts, we jointly deliver the group's group purpose, which is to help learners demonstrate and fulfill their potentials. And Cambridge Assessment is part of the University of Cambridge. It's a not-for-profit organization. Okay, just a short and quick introduction. And if I can move down to the next slide. I think I got stuck. Can you see my Yeah. At Cambridge Assessment English, we believe that learning and teaching and assessment go hand in hand. I think in this morning's session, many professors, speakers have touched on the digital online learning and online teaching, and also a little bit on assessment. So in my topic, I'm going to bring you one of our solutions in a pandemic world, and hope that will help you with your own teaching. We know that English assessment is very important in the case of higher education institutions. English is needed for admissions, for progression, course placement, graduation, and scholarship, and so on. So with different users using scenarios, there's the different requirements for the assessment. For example, for admissions, you want the English test to be accurate and to be reliable. For progression, maybe you want the test to be capturing all the progress, any step that the students make. And for graduation, you want it to be reliable, to be accurate, to be trustworthy, and so on and so forth. And so bear that in mind, come with the pandemic. In the pandemic world, it brought us all challenges. In the past, everything was delivered, most of the things were delivered face to face. Now it has to go to distant learning. And in terms of assessment, actually the challenges is even bigger, because in the past, the majority of our assessment delivery, our qualifications, is delivered face to face. May it be paper-based test or computer-based test, but we normally see the candidates rather than doing it online. So with the pandemic, people were homebound and they couldn't travel anywhere. So assessment, there's lots of new requirements for assessment. It should be delivered anytime, anywhere, at home probably. And also to save the logistics, auto marking is also needed, because people don't have the liberty of traveling to the place to do marking. So we are releasing the labor into machine marking. And bear in mind that assessment security is very essential for assessment. And this morning we also touched on online remote proctoring, and it's a challenge for all of us, and we are all learning in the process. And in the meantime, we have to bear in mind personalized feedback is very important for learners in order to capture their progress, their shortcoming, and how to guide their future learning. For teachers, it's also important not only the personalized feedback on their student, but also group data, group report also is a very good tool for teachers to guide their learning. In the meantime, for assessment, with all the new features and technologies, we have to bear in mind with our core values, which is validity and reliability, and that's the essential of assessment. And having said all that, what can Cambridge Assessment English bring? And this is one of the solutions, is actually what I come to today is LinguaSkill. LinguaSkill is created by Cambridge. And what is LinguaSkill? LinguaSkill, probably people know us by our very well-known product like IELTS. And but LinguaSkill is a different product, is multi-level English test. It's a very flexible and adaptive test. And what do I mean by adaptive? The test is, there's no set of fixed item banks. The candidates will be fed items, different test items by the computer based on their level and their performance. So it's computer adaptive test, what we call, and also it's AI-driven auto marking, and all the marking is done by machine, but it's a hybrid way. We also have people double checking the accuracy of the AI-driven, but it's based on AI learning. And also, as I mentioned, we have remote proctoring solutions built with this LinguaSkill test. LinguaSkill is also delivered in modular. It's a modular test. You can choose, it tests for all 4 skills, but you can choose whichever skills you need to test based on your requirement. And LinguaSkill actually is not a new product. It was launched back in 2018 in the global market, but it was recognized and used slowly, recognized by the global market. With the pandemic spreading, people start to give more focus to online tests, and LinguaSkill became one of the choice for people. So what I've talked about the advantage of LinguaSkill test and how LinguaSkill is used. I'm based in China, so I'm just using a couple of Chinese cases. For example, in China, one of the colleges called United International College. This is a joint college built by Beijing Normal University and Hong Kong Baptist University. So they have a campus, beautiful campus in Zhuhai. And so this is for their undergraduate program, for the students entering into the first year, the UIC use LinguaSkill first as a placement test, and guided by the result of the placement test, students are split into 4 groups on the English courses, and based on their level of English, so 4 groups. And after 1 term of teaching, the teachers then use LinguaSkill as a progression test or achievement test as at the end of the first term, and then they can decide on the IELTS preparation, how suitable students are, whether they're ready to prepare for IELTS exam. And then in the middle of the second term, LinguaSkill again is used as a progression test to check on the development and the achievement of the students. So in the UIC cases, they use LinguaSkill several times in the term, but LinguaSkill is the report is detailed enough to explain students' progress, to demonstrate students' progress. Okay, another user case in China, again, is a joint program. It's a Xi'an Jiaotong University and Liverpool University, their joint campus in Suzhou. This university is one of the largest in China for joint campuses. Together, they have over 18,000 students on campus. Every year, they recruit about 3,000 to 4,000 students. Normally, in the non-pandemic era, in the time, they will bring students, the first-year students, on campus and have an open day and have them tested English. But with the pandemic, they couldn't do that, so they used LinguaSkill as a placement test to place all the 4,000 students. In the meantime, they're also using LinguaSkill as an admissions test for the postgraduate program. So that's another user case. And after we delivered the test, we also did a quick survey and research on the students, on the policymakers, and also on the teachers. With the policymakers, they find LinguaSkill is very less labor intensive and low cost, and also it's fast and accurate. This is what they like most. I'm not going to read all the details because of time. And with teachers, they like the efficiency, and they feel the test is trustworthy. They can give the test can give them good guidance to place students, to teach them. And for the students, they like anything new. So many of them haven't experienced computer online English testing. So they like this new format, and they like it is fast because the result is really fast. 48 hours, and is accurate and very convenient. Okay, that's all from me. And because LinguaSkill is now available in all the market, in the global market. So if everyone's interested to and learn more about LinguaSkill, you're welcome to contact me. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer, for a very enlightening presentation. I will reserve the questions towards the end, okay? And I think if Dr. Sabur is ready, okay, and we can help if you still have problem uploading, okay, because our team INTI can also upload for you. Are you okay, Dr. Sabur?
Yeah, I think, is it okay now? My screen is visible?
We can see myriad of images, but not the presentation. We can see the computer screen. Yeah, okay, we see it now. Okay, can you enlarge your slide, please?
No, thank you, Dr. Amran, and thank you all of the distinguished guests. And it's really great opportunity for me to say a few words at the base of the, as everybody, we agreed that after COVID-19, we are already ready to take the challenge, and tech is dealing with unknown and uncertainties. And everyone, you know that a lot of the knowledge already we learned between these times. Our approach should be positive, and definitely we need to overcome the solution. As we know that 2021, 2022 should be the great opportunity for us. So I love to say that this is the time to reboot, rethink, and regenerate. And definitely integrate sustainable development in higher education should be one of the key component, because we know that teaching pattern need to be changed and need to be equipped with the sustainable development. And at the same time, research need to be effective. And of course, the campus and other information and other networking also need to be accurate. So again, the university can be the living labs for sustainability, because we understood the university is the area that where everything should be nurtured, because we should give the opportunity for our students, for our teachers, and all of the stakeholders, especially the partnering university. We should bring all of the best practices and try to bring it to the inside the university. As we know that this new normal placing increasing pressure in higher education, because the last 2 years, I think everybody is already experienced that what challenge we already faces. But we, in one sense, through the technology, I'm quite sure that almost maximum higher education institute is already overcome the situation. So that is the time as a resilient education system is one that can be adapted and transform itself. And of course, as we know that improving the quality and accessibility of education, as I mentioned, due to cause of the technology, due to cause of the lot of the solution is coming. Last 2 years to seeing the whole scenario, the virtual, lot of the virtual platform is already in our system. So it is the time to invest in technological infrastructure, because if we are not investor, the university and higher education institute must need to be invest a lot of the money in the infrastructure development. And of course, the innovation also need to be nurtured, and university need to be give the highest priority. And it should be coming from the student. It can be coming from the teacher. It can be coming from the other stakeholder. So based on this one, I'm quite sure that our curriculum should be the outcome based, because as always, I'm mentioning that ensuring support to student, because student is our backbone and student is our future. Because we know that all of the young students, they started with the technological adoption. So definitely our research should be focused on real lot of the which research need to be effective and in line with the industry. Otherwise, what happened? A lot of the research will be going on, and if it is not effective, then I'm quite sure the university student, other people will not be getting benefit. So that is why understand the scenario with the data and analytics. And we know that a lot of this artificial intelligence, a lot of the data need to be analyzed and properly utilized before implementing or before moving to anything. We need to understand about the student pulse. I think one-to-one student monitoring, and through the technology, I think student monitoring also need to be involved. That is why Again, I should say the smart funding and digitalization need to be ensured in the higher education system. And of course, industry and academia need to be strengthening as much as possible. I think as much teachers also need to go to the industry, and the industry also should come to the university, and both of them work hand to hand. Because otherwise, I think the skill and life cycle analysis and other cross-disciplinary development, we cannot develop in the root level. So I should say that high demands, as everybody, there's a physical and digital education need to be embraced by all of the people, needs to be embraced by all of the education institute. So that's why hybrid learning, online learning, classroom learning, these sorts of technology, as much as we can nurture, as much as we can put our concentration and put our focus, that can be change our educational environment. As I mentioned, because data analysis, so there's a lot of this component you already aware about it, big data, cloud, because now everything, through the cloud, we can easily share. And it doesn't matter that who is where, in which places, as now we are already conducting this workshop, we are sitting in a lot of country in the time zone, but doesn't matter. So educational environment is also this also critical situation. We need to renovate and bringing in the key infrastructure. And again, enable physical education. Of course, we cannot avoid the physical education, because still I love to say the physical education should be the key component. So we must support our students, not only the class, we should help them in mentality, and also the academy. In both cases, we should analyze. We must have to use the technology for data and analysis of the students, and considering this student intention, as I already mentioned, that curriculum update also need to be focused. And same thing, research, sustainable collaboration, all of the best practices in the whole world, what's going on, every second, every minute, there's a lot of changes going on. So what sorts of change is going on? I think what sorts of download is going on? What sorts of video and what sorts of component are searching by the search engine or various component? That should also need to be analyzed by the teachers. Otherwise, it will be very tough for understand the students' pulse and academic pulse also. So again, I should say that it is the time to reboot, to rethink and regenerate. Thank you very much.
Wow, very impressive. Okay, right on the dot. Yeah, Professor Sabur. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll just move on to the next speaker, which is who is Professor Dr. Hasfalina Chipman from the International Office of University Putra, Malaysia. So, Prof, if you are ready, okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Amran. Can you hear me? Greetings. Yes. Sorry for this technical issue here. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Amran. Okay. Greetings and good day to all distinguished guests, and also I would like to welcome to all to this roundtable too. And I'm Professor Insigne Dr. Hasfalina Chipman. I'm the Deputy Director of Putra International Center, or we call it as iPutra, and I'm also the lecturer at the Department of Biological and Agricultural Engineering. So basically at iPutra, we actually facilitate international students and also expatriate for visa and also student pass. And we also actually explore for the new potential university partners abroad for the global engagement. Right, for today's, I would like to share about the Putra Sigul experience as a strategy dealing with unknown and uncertainties. Next. Right. This is our vision at University Putra Malaysia is actually to become a university of international repute as a world-class center of learning. At this moment, we actually at the second rank in Malaysia and 27th in Asia. And for the QS World University Ranking 2021, we were ranked at 132 and slightly decreased this year at 143. So as a world-class center of learning, University Putra Malaysia offers a wide portfolio of academic disciplines for more than 28,000 students. And from the 28,000 of students, 22%, which is about 6,000 plus, were actually international students, which come from more than 80 countries. And to actually maintain in terms of the ranking, it is very important for our university to keep maintaining about the population of the international students. For example, the international students for inbound as well and also outbound. And due to the COVID pandemic, we actually have in terms of decreasing in terms of the numbers of the population students in terms of international students at university. The data that I showed just now is actually inbound in this year, 2021, which is about 1,897, which is actually inclusive the virtual mobility students. If it's actually for the physical virtual, we don't have any of it actually for the these two 2021 and also 2020. So basically we have actually decreasing in terms of numbers of the international students, right? So to actually move forward, in this situation, we actually been discussed about digital transformation in teaching and learning. And actually in terms of the numbers, it's not just the numbers, we actually working for the SDG as well for this, and for this part is actually about the quality of education, which is actually what we call as the SDG 4 out of the 17th of the SDG. And at our own campus, we're actually working for this, providing the facility for the students. And we can see here is actually the Smart Campus Initiative, which actually has been planned between 2021 until 2025, meaning that we actually creating digital transformations in terms of the facility for the students at the university. For example, in terms of the library, we're providing e-magazine, e-book, and also any of these digital transformations in terms of reading materials for the students. And there are many other aspects because we actually would like to have this actually smart campus, which is actually smart, secure, safe, and also share and seamless. Without we actually aware, we not actually preparing for these digital transformations when we approaching the Industrial Revolution 4.0, where we actually in the process of having of this, what we call of using this big data, artificial intelligence, and even in the agriculture as well. As University Putra Malaysia, our niche area is actually agriculture. So we are actually moving forwards for the smart farming. So this is also where the application of the IR 4.0 in terms of the research and also in terms of community service as well. So so back to our topic is more about teaching and learning. So I would like to actually explain more in terms of teaching and learning. And as we actually have this online learning, MOOC, for example, is one of the platform in Education Hub. And we have, for example, few of these, one way to promote some of these unique courses, for example, Economy Principle in Malaysia. So, and now we actually have a new initiative at UPM, which is actually collaboration between iPutra and also Center of for Academic Development. So this is actually one what we call as the Putra C goal. Next. So Putra C goal is actually Putra Collaborative Global Online Learning, which is actually initiative between iPutra and CADE. Next. And this is actually 1 out of 5 initiative under Putra Globe. And the Putra Collaborative Global Online is actually involve collaborating international institutions abroad. For example, we also have collaborations with the Ohio universities and also learn together online, between 3 to 6 weeks in an academic course. And the Putra elements, the Putra Collaborative Global Online Learning is actually collaboration between external universities by having embedded of the virtual mobility experiences as well in the formal curriculum, which is actually the students able to have opportunity to interact with the peers from international universities in developing intercultural competences and also digital skills while working together on the subject-specific learning activities. There are three actually important elements, which is actually the first one is the cross-border collaboration with the international partners from different backgrounds, language, and even cultures. So for example, we can have in between the class as well, what we call language, for example. The students in another country can learn Bahasa Melayu, and also our local students can learn, for example, Korean language or Japanese, for example. So with the different language, we also can have what we call collaboration in terms of the other way. So the second element in terms of the co-learn and also engage to this online class for between 3 to 6 weeks. And the students must be guided by a set of learning outcomes, which actually to enhance the student global perspective and also in terms of the intercultural competencies. So basically, this is very important for us to actually have this, what we call one of the initiative for the digital teaching and learning, because this is actually one of the way to increase also the virtual inbound and also outbound at the same time. And we actually would like to have this opportunity for the students to have a diversified and also intercultural learning, even through online. And this actually able to build the relationships with our global partners as well. So we have all this engagement with university partners. So by having this collaborative global learning, it actually able to enrich the visibility and also branding of the university as well. And this is also what we call as the future ready graduates with the 21st century skills. And this is one of the way for us to actually optimize internationalization opportunities. Right. So then this is actually one of the methodology of the Putra SEAGOL. Basically, we actually just use the course available. For example, at UPM, we have subject A. It can be same or different disciplines. For example, if actually the medical students would like to know about the health insurance, for example. So we can have designed the course is actually according to the needs by two sides of the universities. So the course Y can be from the international universities having this subject in medical, for example, and from UPM in the economy, for example. So you can have this collaboration together, and the students will have actually two different view. I mean, one is actually from the internationals in Ohio University, for example, and we also can have students from the local universities, and they actually have a discussion together. They collaborate together. During the class, they can have actually hybrid discussion, because right now we also have facility where the local students can be in the classroom physically, and the students outside the campus can actually follow it online. So we can have this also in terms of the hybrid class actually. So this is actually the steps for the Putrasi Goal implementation actually involve different faculties. Yeah? Let's say for one semester, we have 5 different faculties having this Putra collaborative Putrasi Goal, for example. Then we can have 5 additional classes actually for the students to follow. So this is also actually involve collaboration with the universities abroad, and basically in a week, the lecture can be between 2 contact hours minimum per week, and this actually can be performed as a hybrid. And in terms of the assessment, actually, the instructor can either combine or actually assess separately. Let's say for the lecturer in host universities would like to assess on their own, they can do that actually, because right now we can have assessment online as well. Even final examination also through online. So this is actually no big issue for this, yeah, in terms of the assessment. So then at the end is actually
to your last presentation slide, please. We're short of time. Can you
yes, just keep
focus
that,
on the more important ones here?
Yeah, I think right. So this is actually I would like to conclude here that is actually by having this collaborative in terms of teaching and also learning, we actually able to increase the visibility of the universities, and also we can actually, what important is not just the numbers, but also in terms of the experiential for the students actually to have inter-collaborations, meaning that the students able to have to learn different language, for example, and also have a different communication, yeah, in terms of culturals. We can have also embedded the virtual mobility in between the class. So this is another one approach that we think is very actually important for our universities actually to move forward. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Hasparina. Sorry to interject, okay, but we are, we only have a short window to call upon everybody to present. So I will now call upon my more illustrious colleague, Professor Rosli from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, to share his thoughts on this topic today. Prof, are you ready? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay. If that is the case, sorry, Prof. Yeah, we'll switch you to the next one. Okay, we'll swap you with Professor Dr. Andrew Lim from the Hotel School in The Hague. Okay, Prof. Lim, if you're ready. No, same problem also. Oh my God. Okay. We are not connected. It seems like Prof. Lim, same case. You have to go out and join back again. Okay. So sorry. Okay. I'll switch now to. My God. Okay. Dr. Srikan. Okay. Dr. Srikan, are you with us? Have we tested the slides and so on? The sound especially? Can we hear your voice, please, just in case?
Test.
Okay, good. Okay, before that, I just would like to state that whoever wants to post questions to the panel, you have to use the QR code. Okay, meaning the participants, if you're listening, use the QR code for posting your questions. Okay, Prof. Srikan, if you're ready, okay, let's proceed. We can't hear you, Prof. Srikan.
Hello, Prof.
Yes. We are connected with Prof. Rosli now. Okay.
Yeah, so I think there's some problem before this.
Yeah.
I have to log out and re-enter again.
I noticed that, yeah. So it's everybody's problem, even from this morning. So my apologies for the computer glitch, whatever. And so if we can revert back to Prof. Rosli, if you can, now that we can hear your voice, can you shoot your slides on the screen?
I will try. Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Yeah. Tafadhal ya akhi.
Okay, so now it's fine, yeah? Okay. Okay, okay, thank you again, Prof. Amran, and Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share some of UKM experiences in facing with the uncertainty and unknown during COVID-19. And as I am the director of the student affairs before in UKM, so there's a lot of practical things, issues and challenges that we need to handle and manage during these very difficult times. And even though now we are entering the so-called endemic phase, there's a lot of lessons that we have gained and we learned during the pandemic phase. So COVID-19 has definitely caught us by surprise, especially in terms of its severity and devastating impact to our daily life. Many of us, I mean, including me, think that after the announcement of the virus in late 2019 or early 2020, that it would be short-lived and can be contained quite effectively, as with our earlier experience with other viral infections such as H1N1, SARS, and MERS-CoV. However, it seems COVID-19 is very resistant and continue to linger around until now. So while the magnitude, effect, and specificities of the outbreak were unexpected, it reaffirmed the view that we now live in a time in which the future is uncertain, unpredictable, uncontrollable, and quite risky as well. So we have to be, in a way, plan carefully for what will happen in the future. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in 2021 have affected not just our health and daily activities, but has had a destabilizing impact on higher education system throughout the world. Lockdown, movement restriction resulted in cancellation or rescheduling of classes and educational training. We have industry start to reject internship application due to the uncertainty of the situation. And because I'm from health and medical background, we have hospital, our teaching hospital has been converted to COVID hospital just to focus in treating and managing COVID-19 patients. So we have that issues with clinical training as well. So we have been talking about 4IR revolution for quite some time. I think the earlier speaker have been talking about that as well, and we know it have resulted in rapid development in science and technology. And in the education sector, developments such as the Internet of Things, big data have influenced curriculum and introduced us to new teaching methods. In this context, 4IR is expected to actualize smart education environment that can improve the quality and accessibility of education. But we have been quite laid back or a bit relaxed because we think at that time the future is with us. It won't be, we don't need to be ready as quickly as possible. However, with the outbreak of COVID-19, we have to adjust to 4IR approaches more rapidly than what we expect. So COVID-19 has, as I said, has posed great challenges for education. We, including the lecturers, the students, and the parents, are largely unprepared and have to quickly adapt and strategize to the new normal of online education. I think a lot of the speakers have been talking about new normal. So we start to utilize remote learning during the pandemic, and Education 4.0, which refers to technology-based digitized teaching and learning, fits neatly with this new teaching and learning requirement. We have started to do teaching and training, including clinical training and to a certain extent, industrial internship online. We also start to utilize internet-based resources and applications such as YouTube to deliver our lectures or any information, or in a way trying to relate ourselves to our students. I mean, some of us have been doing TikTok and a lot of videos just to ensure that the student is in a way see us as a model. They understand, they know that we understand what they feel or they require in that sense. So COVID-19 has thus presented an opportunity to embrace and adapt to the new 4IR-based approaches and leapfrog current educational practices. And in UKM, we start to organize more webinars with national and international collaborators. The previous speakers has been talking about mobility program, and we are also affected with that travel restriction. So the student cannot go out or go to other countries. So they start to explore and start to collaborate with international friends or international universities, and to come out with conference or even training or short courses. Some courses has been, such as in our field, catering, which was usually conducted in campus, now moved to online mode and produce more impactful experience when it was conducted online, including increased profit, collaboration with local businesses, including delivery services, and wider coverage of client. Before this, we are focusing only on campus client, but because of the pandemic, then they start to have more wider coverage of clients. Passion education and community services now start to utilize social media platform to deliver educational message and activities. And the students are very fantastic in creating and very creative in creating interesting educational materials and videos. We also start to explore different aspects of research, including producing more reviews such as narrative and scoping reviews. Because we don't have the luxury to go down to the field to interact with or to get subjects on the ground because of the lockdown and movement restriction order. However, the adaptation of remote and online learning also come with its own challenges, which are in a way expected but also unexpected. These issues include connectivity issues in certain places. People or siblings need to share device between them, and there are also disruption at home, not only for students but also for lecturers, because we don't normally have sit down together 24/7. Now we are having everyone at home, so there's a lot of, suddenly we realize or discover new things about ourselves and our spouses or our kids and others. So that in a way produce additional stress for everyone involved. And stress also increased, especially for lecturers and students who are not used with the complexity of digital technologies. And this stress is also amplified with the increase in messages we receive from social media, WhatsApp, from the student, from our bosses 24/7. So the bosses now will reach you at night, afternoon, and anytime they want, because they think that, I mean, It's not, we are not like in the office during the office hours. And now it's like the time is, I mean, it's really flexible. So they try to, in a way, interact or connect with us at any time. And the student, as we know, they are very active at night. So they similar like them. So you get a lot of messages at night time as well. So on the other hand, connection always seems
2 minutes, please. We are short of time. Can you
and then we have issues like the previous speaker said about proctoring during exam and variation in performance. But we have some come out with some solutions. For example, we provide nearly 1 million in financial support, food items for those in quarantine, laptops and tablets for people from low-income background, and we have improved our online and virtual platform after we get feedback from students and lecturers. We have now adopt and be a bit more flexible in administering our teaching and learning approaches. So in conclusion, COVID-19 pandemic has increased and hastened the implementation of online, blended, and hybrid courses in tertiary education. So we have been more flexible. There's a lot of opportunity to be more creative and innovative. However, we need to prepare with alternative just in case we have some problems with the technologies. We also have the opportunity to come out with a very customized education, or the so-called precision education relating to the needs of our students and individual. However, student engagement will remain an important component to ensure a more interactive teaching and learning environment. Physical interaction is still required for me, at least in my view, but other methods are also useful in developing at least clinical or technical competency in the digital world. And lastly, the impact of the changes made on education and training during this pandemic to student competence and future employability will need to be studied so that we can really understand the impact of during these 2 years of the pandemic to the quality of our students. I think that's all from me. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Rosli. Sorry to interject just now, but time is short, so we will call upon our next speaker, Professor Dr. Andrew Lim, who is the Chair of Entrepreneurship Hub at the Hotel School of The Hague in the Netherlands. I hope this time there will not be any connectivity problem. Prof, if you're ready, let's roll.
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me? I think I cannot share my screen yet because Professor Rosli needs to unshare.
Yes, Prof. Rosli.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
I'm sharing my screen now. Hope everyone can see.
Excellent. Okay, let's roll.
Yes, right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the organization, of course, INTI College, for the invitation, for joining this wonderful international, very international conference of higher education. My name is Andrew Lim. I'm from Hotel School The Hague in the Netherlands. And within Hotel School, we also have Entrepreneurship Hub, for which I'm chairing that Entrepreneurship Hub. And for today, I'm going to share a little bit about the future-proof education in hospitality business, as who we are. And I would like to start by introducing, of course, who's Hotel School for those who might not be aware or might not know who we are. We are small-scale applied science university, actually, in the Netherlands. The second oldest hotel management education in the world, actually. And at the moment, this is the result of the position of last year. We are in the top 5 best university in hospitality education worldwide. We are together with our colleagues, Lausanne EHL, for instance, and also Cornell University from the US. What we do exactly? Well, we are basically hospitality business school. That's how we position ourselves. We are basically hospitality business school, meaning that we address or we educate future leaders to be in hospitality industry. And we are not really into the practical side, although we start introducing the practical side, but in the end, we are focusing very much into the business side of the hospitality industry. So to give a little bit of a glance of our education, this is how it looks like, because at our hotel school, we have our own outlets, we have our hotel rooms, our bar, and some familiar situation nowadays. This is how nowadays we work, because the first and second year students, they are engaged in practical education, what we call as practical education. And the third and the fourth years, then they work in project basis, really for business matter or business related subjects, including, of course, group projects as consultants, for instance. Okay, so this is how typical our education looks like. And of course, as you all are aware, as you can also imagine, I wanted to put a screenshot of how the online education would look like when we are all in teams. But when I was looking for the pictures, none of the pictures show happy faces. So that's the reason why I don't even want to put up that picture. So let's show this kind of picture, because this is, we are slowly crawling back and getting back to normal again since a couple of weeks ago, actually since last month. We are resuming education back on campus as normal, so we are very happy for it, and hopefully it will stay like this as well. Just also to give some examples, as hospitality education, what are the main challenges at the moment? As you can see, there are 5 big challenges. Well, just to sum up, there are more challenges, of course, but with or without COVID, these are the current trends or challenges in hospitality industry. People tend to be simplicists. They are going for minimal in things. They also care about sustainability. They also care about healthy, and guests nowadays also want to be personalized, being addressed. And of course, as we all know, I already mentioned as well earlier, technology is also very dominant in the industry. So to address those issues, we as hotel school, we come up with some minors. Those are kind of like elective, so to say, like towards specialization or direction, where students can, choose in which direction they would like to to finish their study. So we have Future of Business, which is addressing how the business resilience nowadays in hospitality business. We see a lot of, bankruptcy in hospitality businesses, for instance, but we also see a lot of companies survive. And that's where we would like to know what would be then the recipe for those companies to be able to survive, how companies can even get back on their feet. Okay, that's what we address in the Future of Business. We also have Future of Foods. One of the issues being addressed in Future of Foods, for instance, about food waste. We see a lot of food waste, number of food waste increasing in the last few years as well, and how that can be reduced, for instance. And it's of course very much related to sustainability. We also have Future of Work. Nowadays, it's very difficult to get employees, for instance, for hospitality industry, especially after pandemic. 20% of the previous, we have a drop of 20% in employment rate for recruitment in hospitality, because people perceive that hospitality is not a very sustainable business anymore. We also have Future of Guest Experience. As mentioned earlier, guests nowadays would like to have more personalized touch. They would like to get more personal attention, for instance, more personal details. And of course, addressing future of digitalization, how, for instance, technology, in particular, digital development, we talk about AI, for instance, we talk about blockchain, including how those emerging technologies may even shape the hospitality industry further. We've seen, for instance, AI has been used in revenue management, in determining the prices. We've seen, for instance, there are several initiatives in coming up or in using blockchain in the industry. And finally, we also provide the opportunities for students who want to become startups as a minor in innovative entrepreneurship. We from Hotel School Management, The Hague, we even have students who came up with platform addressing a shortage in, for instance, housing for students, student accommodations. Okay, so and to accommodate that, that's why we also come up with Entrepreneurship Hub. Basically, Entrepreneurship Hub as an incubator, we support those startup community, and startup community is not only from students, but we also connect students with industry, with alumni. We also have alumni who just started up their business after a certain year of career, and they might need some support from us. That's when we connect them all as one big community, and they can get some support from each other, and also from us as the faculty members who can help them in guiding them as coaches. This is just a picture of the last event by AnyChange last week, where we gathered as the together with some startups, sharing their experiences, sharing their knowledge, sharing their ups and downs in the past few years, especially. And this was the talk about business and crisis and how they survived, actually. So that's a little bit of how we, as Hotel School The Hague, address the challenges in the future for hospitality education. We would like to become the top leader. We would like to create thought leaders who address those trends and really can always innovate in the industry itself. That's it from my side. Thank you. I give it back to the chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Andrew. Okay, very enlightening, very focused presentation. Okay, I'm not going to go into the details, so we'll just proceed to our next speaker, who is Dr. Srikanth, the Dean of Academics from Amity University in Mumbai. So, Prof, if you're ready, okay, you can start your presentation.
Professor Amran, am I audible now?
Excellent.
And can you see my presentation? Thank you very much. I hope I'm loud and clear. Thank you very much, Professor Amran, and the team of International Higher Education Conference holding this particular roundtable 2, tactics dealing with unknown and uncertainties. I'm also thankful to our team of Amity Business School at Amity University, Mumbai, who has given me chance to be present here on this particular roundtable 2 on paradigm shift in higher education, post-pandemic and present pandemic. Here I'll be dealing with or speaking on particularly on what practices we were having at Amity University. Our presence at our footprints is across the globe with about 10 to 12 campuses outside in India, in state, and the same number is outside, that is in London, Singapore, New York, Amity, California, Dubai, Mauritius, Beijing, all these campuses. That means our footprints are globally. That's why when this pandemic started, we were already ready, and this is the campus of Amity University, Mumbai, with modern Gurukul residential campus. It's very much near to the Mumbai. And when I'm talking about the higher education, the role of university is very much important. In fact, in India, we have a structure like state universities, central universities, deemed universities, and private universities. We are from private universities where we are having a lot of flexibility. So when we deal with this particular pandemic, which certainly caught us unaware, but we were dealing with since beginning what kind of online systems we have. I would like to quote over here famous quote of Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, Bharat Ratna is highest civilian award in India, and he is the second ex-president of India. A university is not an information shop. It is a place where the students will intellect and emotions are disciplined. That's why these 2 years were very much important for students when they were actually studying online. And the facts in Indian countries are that 1.8 billion young Indians between the ages of 10 to 24 contribute to 20% of global population. This unique demography is an opportunity in utilizing the country's socio-economic landscape. So one can understand how much population was being handled during this pandemic and with the limited, sometimes limited resources. What exactly Amity Education Group we were doing here with Future Ready campuses? I'm more focusing on our initiatives because we already started this since inception of our universities with Flexilum systems, major and minor with many options to the students, foreign languages, behavioral sciences, experiential learning, in-hand practice with industry internships, lateral entry more choices with second and third year of any course, backup of committee universe, national as well at international level, and we have global study program options of completing degree with choice destinations and study abroad program with international exposure with internship. 3 continent programs is degree completion in 3 countries. So we are handling a lot of stuff here across Amity universities across the globe. That's why we were on with the systems. Now what higher education at Amity before and during pandemic? Right now we are open in campus. Students are sitting in auditorium witnessing this particular conference. So we are already future ready before pandemics. We had online systems built in the processes catering to about 2 lakh students. We have Amazon called Amazon platform where we did not face any issue when we shifted from offline to online. But yes, I contact the counseling, the physical presence of students we were missing. And right now students are in front of us, so we are dealing with them. We are already Flexilum systems in practice before pandemic. That means students were having choice to switch over, and we practice outcome-based learning with online some modules. The adaptability of disruptions as LMS, that means learning management system, was in place very well right from inception of the university, and the mentor assigned. During pandemic, the mentors were assigned to a particular group or one-to-one student, so that their issues, their problems, they should be they could discuss with the teacher, and ultimately it could be resolved. The counseling was on. Here I would like to congratulate one of my fellow school, Amity School of Psychology, Psychology and Allied Sciences, where they produce one app which is called as COVID Mitra. So students were putting their queries in COVID Mitra, and we were counseling the students during this. So future ready choice and flexibility in acquiring higher education after pandemic or during this particular period, the online components built up in curriculum. So we have to build at least some 20% curriculum which is online. In India, typically all the universities, state universities, central university were having the curriculum which was delivering face-to-face except some online courses. But right now that we need to build online curriculum of about 20 to 25% so that the hybrid mode can be practiced. More collaborative efforts with international partners, since we can go some part of our curriculum or program structure or course structure online. So more collaborative efforts can be brought with international partners also, and we are doing this at Amity. More options and more in program selections. Right now in India, the government of India has come up with national education policy. But at Amity, we are already practicing having the options, having integrated programs, more flexibility and choice, and with entry and exit options. So this is need of an hour right now, and then switch over options. So these are the things which we practiced earlier at Amity, and we already are practicing. We are building in component as our course curriculum, which is helping across the globe to our universities and to our partners. So thank you very much, Dr. Amran, for giving me this particular slot for speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Srikanth. We note the university seems to be ready for the pandemic, apparently, Amity University, yeah? Okay, so we are now at the last leg. Okay, we've got our last speaker, my illustrious colleague, Professor Dr. Muhammad, okay, from Kazakhstan. If you're around, yeah, Ustaz. Okay, I can't hear you. Dr. Muhammad, I can't hear you. No, I can't hear you. Maybe you have to go out and come back again. Okay, as per the others. I'm sorry. Okay, while waiting for that, if anybody want to post questions, you have to click on the QR code and then you can post your question. Okay, for the panel to comment on and respond accordingly. Okay. Okay, I think Dr. Muhammad has technical problems. What I'm going to do is I am now going to pose some questions that we have collected earlier. Okay, and if the panel is ready, okay, and then halfway through we'll go back to Dr. Muhammad, okay, from Kazakhstan. Okay, so the first question is, remember the keywords I mentioned earlier about being resilient, okay, and so the question now is, how do university leaders proceed to build resilience for the future? Okay, and I would want for Professor Dr. Andrew Lim to respond to this question, please.
Sure. So resilience for the future, because this is what, at least from the hospitality business that we have seen in the last 2 years, and you know, learning from this COVID pandemic, how companies can really address the future, and that's what basically we try to see as well. How, for instance, human interaction has influenced the business actually. So we see a lot more and more actually because of this pandemic. To give a very concrete example, for payment system, nowadays the use of cash is being reduced tremendously, and instead the use of contactless payments really increasing a lot. So it means then, of course, it's really an opportunity for tech companies. We've also seen a lot of increase in, for instance, food delivery. The food delivery platforms, for instance, such as Uber Eats and so on and so forth, they also increase really a lot, which means then what we've learned from here is that companies, they need to be able to, to change their business model. They need to think outside the box and really to rethink their business model to come up with alternatives.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so, and that's what we also address in our education.
Okay, it seems like for the hospitality industry and institutions, like you guys are ready for it, you know. So congratulations. Anyway, let's just switch back to Dr. Muhammad from Kazakhstan. Are we connected again? Assalamualaikum, ya Ustaz. I can't hear you.
I think what would really help indeed if
No, I think we are from. Okay, he's leaving. Okay, let's move on to the other speakers per se. Okay, I have a question directed to Professor Srikan from MITI. Okay, with regards to the statement on real recoveries depend on flexibility, adaptability, and decisive decision making. And I know this has been mentioned in your presentation. Maybe if you can explain a bit. And the same to Dr. Rosli as well.
Assalamualaikum, Samiani.
Waalaikumsalam.
Please, Dr. Omran, you hear me now or not?
Yeah, okay, we'll just go back to Ustaz Muhammad. Yeah. Tafadhal ya Ustaz.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. In fact, it is important for me. First of all, I must thank Mr. Chairman, Dr. Omran, and the organizing committee for this important conference, because I think we need the importance of our education, advance of our education. We need, in fact, but I think Corona pandemic, it was very problem for us, for all. For global, not only for this country or that country, but in fact now particularly I am talking from point of view, I mean theoretical aspect, not maybe not scientific aspect like other colleagues before. So it is important to say that we have some suggestions about what about the future of Islamic education in near future. I hope now, first of all, that this pandemic era, I think we are, up to now, we are suffering from this pandemic. But we hope that will be finished, inshallah, soon. And also, I have some suggestions about that. I think we are suffered for e-learning. Why? Because many students, for us, I mean for Noor Mubarak University or Egyptian University for Islamic culture, this university, it was receive a lot of students, but after pandemic we suffer from this. I mean, the number of students was problem for us. Why? Because they are, if you know, that Kazakhstan is large country, and so many students come from here and there. And before pandemic, it was problem for them. So e-learning, it was also good. That is good for pandemic. That our professors, our teachers, they, I think, depend upon this e-learning. But e-learning, as your good self and our guests know, that is, I think, it is difficult to give all information about subjects. It is very important. Why? Because maybe I can start with the students from the very beginning. Maybe they start maybe 10 or 20 students, but after that, maybe some of them go away, and this. So it is problem. That is, many teachers, I think, complained about that. Why? Students escape, but offline. So I think, but I must say also, what about, I mean, graduation, our graduation, and also to have a job? It was problem also for our students, I mean for our graduates from this Egyptian University or Noor Mubarak University for Islamic culture. Why? Because also this large distance between all the cities in Kazakhstan, it was maybe we wanted to make or to gain jobs for our graduation. But maybe after, they will say, after pandemic finish, we are ready to this kind of jobs, but unfortunately, pandemic also was influenced or was affected this kind of graduation and also jobs and working for our graduation. But let us also register something important, that is for, I think it is important to benefit from the experience of the pandemic over the past years. How is that? In fact, we used some, as you know, electronic methods. As you know, we start be compelled because for theoretical subjects, maybe problem will depend upon most of the teacher depend upon offline. But for this pandemic, I think it was very important also to make this kind of you must be qualified to use this electronic methods, electronic means. What about Zoom? What about WebEx? What about Microsoft Meet? And so on. It was important also. That's benefit for us. I mean, for our teacher, because they taught this electronic, platforms. So it was good. In Banda, it was good. Otherwise, also we made something good for the university here. We use smart lab and also videos and anything. In fact, it was good as a result of the pandemic or coronavirus. But I think it's important also to make something important in the necessity of activating direct education or offline. Why offline is very important for all subjects and the students, in fact, because that is the direct communication between teachers and students. And we need that, in fact, this kind of communication, direct communication, I think we need, urgent need. But also, don't forget, according to our, our Islamic education before, they depend on this kind of companionship between teachers and the disciple. It was very important. Teacher and the disciple must be contacted or communicate together. So we say sohbah, companionship, and also this companionship between students and the teacher, we say murid in Arabic language, murid and shaykh. It is very important because murid and shaykh or teachers and disciples is very good for upbringing, not only for education, upbringing, for education, and for many things. Between both. So I think we need to activate this kind of direct communication between teachers and disciples, and we hope, inshallah, in the future, all universities use this kind of, offline education, not e-learning. No, we hope, but we must be care about that. We must be care and be precaution about this matter. So I think it is important also, in fact, this conference, Dr. Omran and my guest and my colleague, I think we need the necessity of activating direct communication. I guess I said there, but it is important also to exchange of the experience between Islamic educational institutions. What about this? This kind of exchange experience between us. I don't know exactly what about in Malaysia. I know you are advanced, alhamdulillah, are advanced in technology, and many my colleagues also from Netherlands, Hague, and other from UK, and I know that. But it is. What about your experience? We want to benefit from this experience. We want to exchange this, not only.
Yes, Ustaz. Inshallah, yeah, we will share our experience together, and that's why we have this forum, and we can learn from each other. Inshallah, I think we can stop here, because we are now into the questions and answer session. I'm so sorry, but there will be avenue for you to further deliberate later on, inshallah. Okay, so can we continue? Can we continue once again with my two illustrious colleagues, Professor Srikan and Professor Rosli, about the issue of flexibility, adaptability, and decisive decision making. How important are these three issues, please?
Yes, can I, Professor Amran?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. In fact, this pandemic has caught us unaware, and this happens to not to only teaching fraternity or the students. It's to the political leadership in handling the pandemic, the associated uncertain issues and solutions to the uncertainty. Business got affected, but at the same time, few things happened good also. The most important sector hit, that was education. From KG to PG, where future of billions was at stake. I hope this is being handled by the teaching community and the stakeholders very quietly. When I said that when I discussed about Amity University, we were already on the platform and it took hardly for us to shift to the online within 1 or 2 days. In fact, within 2 days only. We handle this very gracefully, in fact, with challenges faced in developing countries in online education, in particular devices and network issues in many countries, including India. We never thought that higher education will be 100% online for such a long time, almost for 2 years with evaluation too. But the change is accepted quickly with all the odds across the globe. Hence, I feel with efforts of teachers, students, and stakeholders, the adaptability was very high in this case. It's a human management in terms of catering education. The future is determined by decision taking during crisis. So this was the worst scenario of 2 years almost. And now, in fact, in India right now, in Amity University, I can see the students, they came after 2 years. So the kids who took admission before 2 years, they are right now in physically present in the campus. So now in India, the higher education institutions are almost well open and started physically functioning from classroom. And the kids who spent 2 years online, 100% will definitely find it very difficult to adopt the systems. The role of teacher is to reach out to the students and also to change self in terms of perception they had, talk to them and provide additional opportunity in terms of various programs to speak out, to express themselves. Yes, I feel the stakeholder needs to adapt the situation as it comes. I don't think it is difficult to handle the situation after pandemic too, with the support of all the stakeholders and with the supports of the internationalization and the local also. Thank you very much, Professor Amran. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Rosli, would you like to add anything to the issue?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Amran. I totally agree with Prof. Srikan that one thing that we can take away from this pandemic is that we are quite capable to adapt and to be flexible in delivering education to our students. The most important, as Prof. Srikan has pointed out, is to have a discussion with all the stakeholders involving the students, the parent, industry, and also to gain or to get their feedback and also their response, and maybe their suggestion to how to improve the situation. And as you know, in Malaysia, the education system, the tertiary education system is a bit rigid. We have that semester system that is quite difficult for people to have some flexibility or to change courses or other stuff. But during this pandemic, it gives us some experience to try new approaches in delivering the education system. So it's a good opportunity. But at the same time, the management have to be very decisive and very quick in come out with some decision making, because people, the younger generation now expect that the decision is not made tomorrow or today, even today. They expect it to be made yesterday or the day before. So that is in a way the expectation of the current generation. So we have to be very quick to address any issues or any problem arise from any situation that I mean, for the current situation is related to the pandemic. But I believe we have that capability to manage and to handle anything that arises. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Because the way I see it, some universities, they are not only advertising in terms of flexible learning, flexible payment, flexible entry, so they are now playing to the tune of the younger generation. Okay, and I think if we are able to strategize smartly, then we can sustain our operation. Okay, let me just move on to our next speaker. Ms. Jennifer Zhang. Okay, I love your presentation on how you use AI and so on. but then again, what new opportunities and threats do you see? Okay, particularly with regards to lingua skill. Okay, being a new player in the environment. Okay, so how will people perceive AI based teaching of English? I use AI for proofreading and so on, Grammarly and Quillbot and so on. So, but when it comes to teaching English, especially, which is a very complicated language, so how do you see this? Possibilities of opportunities and threats.
Right, that's a very long question.
Oh my God, I shouldn't be doing that.
No worries. I think with the pandemic, people grow into new habits. The world changed after more than 2 years. People get used to do everything online, doing meetings online. Even doing parties online, learning online. No worries. And for assessment, this whole pandemic, as I mentioned earlier, a big opportunity for any online assessment. But I think the world is still need to understand more about online assessment, especially using the AI-empowered technology. And I'm not a tech person, so I couldn't go into the details about the AI, but we certainly enjoy the benefit of AI, and because it lifted the very intensive industry, and also it gave us the new horizon, open the new horizon in terms of assessment. However, we still have challenges. It's, everything. With assessment, security is really important for all of us. And as we see the market, the products being developed, being used more and more in the market, we see problems, and the product will evolve with the growth of the market. And I'm sure with for Cambridge, we do not only just develop an online and AI-empowered assessment. We also have other learning tools also based on the AI abilities. This is also developed by Cambridge. So we see in Cambridge, we believe that learning and assessment is integrated. And so with people's habits doing everything online, and they will benefit greatly with online and integrated learning resources as well.
Interesting. Way forward, integrated learning resources. I like that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Because for Cambridge, in terms of assessment, we care about our quality and our security, and going this far is never a easy thing for us, but
I can imagine.
That may force us to stop the normal way of thinking and go beyond.
Yeah, but it is revolutionary, and normally revolutionary create disruptions, innovation, and so on, move forward faster than the others. Okay, next question I want to pose is to our Professor Hasfalina. Sorry, Prof. I call you Prof. Has, boleh tak? I'll just call you Prof. Has. Okay, because you talk about this thing called digital transformation, Putra, goal, your experience, and so on. Okay, so how does it? I mean, like the popularity of blended learning and so on. Yeah. So how does it impact? Okay, especially from the psychological perspective to students and lecturers. I know it has been discussed, but from the UPM perspective, and are you able to really use this as a mean to create better impact?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Amran, for the questions. Actually, this is very long explanations in terms of the, because what I understand is what is the advantage as well of this digital transformation. Yeah, basically, when we have digital transformations, we actually becoming more flexible, and actually we're providing more choices for the students to choose in terms of the, for example, the courses for the student to choose. And it's actually more actually new approach in teaching and learning that make us become more innovative, creative, and also adaptive, especially when we are dealing with this new generation, which is more technology savvy, and they want everything fast, quick, yeah, in terms of the knowledge sharing as well. So basically the students also becoming very comfortable having to attend the class at any location of their choice. Except that you have to make sure that you have a very good internet access. So this is actually the requirement where we can actually have the online lecturers or digital transformations in terms of knowledge we can actually put in the recorded and put in the archive, and we can share with the future reference with other students in the future. So this is also very good in terms of the management as well. And basically the students also can have what we call as the flexibility to choose their class. And this also can be actually impacted their financial costs. For example, the students can be abroad. They don't have to come to the campus, and they don't need to pay for accommodation. They don't need to pay for the transportation. So this is also actually very attractive, yeah, for the students. And also, we are actually creating what we call a paperless learning environment. Before this, we have everything need to be print out, yeah, test 1, test 2, final exams, yeah, so even assignments. But now we are using this platform. The students can just use TikTok, or they can also use a 3-minute video, for example, for their presentations. And this is also actually a new approach for the students. And we actually also supporting sustainable development goals when we're talking about the climate change, paperless, meaning that we actually not cutting the trees. So this is also a very good option for all of us actually. And in terms of the collaborative online learning also, we can actually enrich and have more engagement with the other international partners abroad to have this digital transformation for the teaching and learning. I think that's all for me right now. Thank you, Dr. Amran.
Thank you, Prof. Has. Okay. Let me move on next to Professor Srikanth again, because India is famous for being an expert in IT and so on. Yeah, so Professor Srikanth, yeah, so how do we design strategies, and what are the critical steps, step 1, step 2, step 3, okay, to create this digital transformation thing?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amran, once again. And I think all the speakers, they have put their ideas here on this particular platform. I believe on giving more choices in terms of choosing the courses, more choices in terms of duration, how much duration they should be completing rather than traditional, and entry at certain level and exit at certain level with provision of some digital platform. And as I mentioned earlier, in response to the adaptability and decision making, I feel all the higher education institutions, or even in general, all the academic institutions should be ready for such disruptions all the time. The choice at all levels of learning, wherever possible, to be introduced with the value-added courses and outcome-based learning, a skilled education to make learner perfect to manage self, the program curriculum across the globe to be acceptable and to be mapped for general programs so that prospective students has a choice of desired destinations, and the student has to be given choice so that at least some component he should be delivering on he should be learning on his own, kind of self component about maybe 5 to 10%, so that the participation of students in the teaching learning processes, I said through digital media, through online courses, through MOOC, and in India there are so many platforms where they are delivering their contents, valid contents. So they should be given that kind of flexibility to come up with, so that such disruptions can be handled very well. And we should not look for the disruptions only. We should be pitching for exactly what can be done.
I'm sorry, I just want to interject because there was something you mentioned just now about this outcome-based education. And I think that I've read some studies that say, you know, in America, they're now re-looking back into OBE, and they're now looking into project-based education. You know, due to the pandemic, project-based becomes a bit more relevant per se than the traditional OBE.
I'll just clarify, sir, from here. Sorry to disturb you. In Amity right now, we are also focusing on the project-based learning. We call it as a project-based learning, concept-based learning also. Take a small concept. How projects built on this? So if you start this project right from, suppose if you take engineering degree here as 4 years, if you start from second year onwards, the student can build that project till final year. So we are practicing in Amity, but at large in India right now, the outcome-based learning, outcome-based education is going on. But along with this, we are already shifted. Amity is already shifted to project-based learning and concept-based learning right from 3 to 4 years. So we are practicing that, sir.
Excellent, excellent, interesting. Okay, I want to call back my guru, my Ustaz Muhammad. Okay, yeah, Ustaz. I want to ask you, since you mentioned about Islamic education, okay, e-learning and so on, and how we can benefit the experiences of others. Yeah, and you talk about the relationship between the murid and the sheikh. Okay, the murid and the sheikh. Okay, so then again, you know, Islamic education has evolved, changed. And now the more popular courses and are more into the applied or hybrid Islamic studies, you know, like muamalat, you know, banking and muamalat. Okay, things like Islamic marketing, things like halal science, you know, halal science. So how are we going to create this environment, you know, this new hybrid learning subjects and the concept of the murid and the sheikh in these new disciplines? Can you share with us your thoughts on this?
It's a good question. Anyhow, I think it's a challenge for theoretical subjects, particularly in Islamic studies. In fact, we want to make some kind of a change about our programs and methodology for dealing with these issues, particularly Islamic economy. So I think Islamic economy and the finance market also is important for us. I mean, for our graduates. So from our side, I think we make some communication with Islamic banks here. I mean, in Kazakhstan, we have Hilal Bank, we have Kaspi Bank, we have another banks here. They dealing with according to Islamic transactions, as you say, Mudaraba, Murabaha, and likewise. So it is important also for us. I think we make some program about this matter. I mean, financial Islamic finance and Islamic finance and Islamic economy. And also, I think we try to make some about this program, to make training for our students. Not only theoretical, that is not enough or not sufficient, but also with cooperation with this, I mean, banks. I think we can make something for in this area, and we can change our program for this, and we can know also markets, what exactly about markets, but also that the challenge why, because maybe most of my here, our university here, may be interested in something about what about leaders and so on, and what about also, I mean, extremists and as you know, also terrorism, and we are interested in this area Yes, because that's problem in Islamic country. So we concentrate on that, but I think we need more and more practice about Islamic, because Islamic learning on the point of view, maybe some people know it is also it is only theoretical, but no, I think theoretical as well as also transaction, and transaction we have here, but we wanted to upgrade this kind and be in advance for this aspect and for this branch in Islamic law or Islamic studies. That's what I want to see. Here, unfortunately, I don't hear your voice.
I'm sorry, I wasn't saying this now. Jazakallah, shukran. Okay, thank you very much. A very, very insightful response from Ustaz. Thank you very much. Okay. We are running late. Okay, we only have about 10 more minutes to go. And there's a request from Dr. Lai from INTI to pose a question. Okay, I don't know whether it's going to be a general question for all or to any one of you. So,
thank you, Prof. Amran.
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, while I was listening to all of you, really insightful and different perspective of things, looking at how we have dealt with, I was also having some side conversations with other speakers, which are not going to speak now, about a hypothetical questions. And I suppose that these hypothetical questions would be a question that can answer how could we deal with another unknown. So the question is, if a lockdown ever happened again, do you think that we can do things differently from what we are already doing now? Any of the speakers, you know, I think that is really my stipulating questions that I received from the rest of the speakers on another roundtable. So perhaps you know, this is really something that we can anticipate or something that we can innovate outside our box. Yeah. Thanks, Prof. Amran.
Maybe probably we might want to start first. Prof. Andrew Lim, you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, sure. It's a very interesting question, actually, and it's a very interesting thought at the same time. It's quite challenging, as we can see, of course, in case, of course, we hope it will not happen anymore, but in case it happens again, we've seen that we've managed to deal with it. We've seen that we've been able to, you know, switch our mindset and also our education into online delivery. How it could have been different, I honestly don't see other different ways how it can be done differently than now. Of course, because as we speak at the moment, every now and then we still have online sessions, and we still keep improving that online session. You know, when and speaking for myself as well, compared to when I did it from the beginning and for the very first time, for instance, towards the end, I've changed a lot in terms of my delivery style, because based on some studies, you know, the maximum time that people are able to stay focused online is 40 minutes, for instance. So then in the beginning, I wasn't aware about that, of course. But then nowadays, I try to, you know, like every 20 minutes, max half hour, try to create a break, try to split the groups into even smaller rooms, and so on and so forth. So trying to make the people more interactive in a more, you know, a smaller group, instead of letting them only listen to the speaker. That's at least how I have done it.
Interesting.
So it's different style in delivering.
We can give it a shot. How about the others? Anybody would want to add on?
Can I, Professor Amran?
Of course you can. Prof. Srikan, anytime. Please.
In fact, this is very tricky question, and we hope that this thing should not happen But with digitalization across everything, whether it's education or whether it's corporate or any industries also, I think we have to start building the content which are more interactive online. But if the situation occurs, at least 30 to 40% content of curriculum has to be interactive with the students. They go on digital platform. At the same time, I hope the chatbots, the replica of the teachers in terms of the chatbots, where the queries can be resolved of the students, and at the same time the counseling of students, because this age group is from 18 to 25, so you need to be speaking to them rather than forcing them to do everything on digital. So that kind of association is required, and I hope not only digitization will help, but personal touch of the teacher is very important in handling these things. And the more responsibility lies on teacher, because teacher is the mentor of students. So I hope we have to be ready for this. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now, perhaps if I can just divert a bit, okay, maybe for the last question on from my side, okay. I'm more concerned on the hard sciences, you know, Prof. Haas, you're the engineer, okay, Prof. Rosli, the medical man, and so on. And so how do you, you know, fill in the gap where you have to teach things that involve experiment and that requires equipment, and you can't depend on simulation anymore, you know. So how do you guys go about doing it?
You are putting this question to me, Dr. Amran?
Yeah, you can. Of course, you can also give your views by all means. Yes, Prof. Srikan, yeah.
Yeah, I will just quickly wrap up in 1 minute. Here we introduced the virtual labs, and actually in pandemic, our staff was working in the lab, few of staff was working in the lab, and the access was given to the student, and the teachers were at home where they were monitoring. So there was no issue as far as the IT infrastructure was concerned, or the courses like computer science, data science are concerned, programs. But yes, there were issues with the traditional programs like mechanical engineering, civil engineering. But we had also got the solution for that, exactly how the machine is working. Because when students are looking at digitally or online or through app based, how the machine is working. So that was very much important. So we have created that kind of thing during pandemic also. It was very much trial and error method, but it's working right now. But it's very difficult to replace it with the physical working on the machines, because actually the safety measures, the putting on machine, putting it off, it's very different kind of exercise the student has to know. We are losing that particular touch. Yes.
Prof. Haas, your views? Last call.
Yes, actually, I also would like to share my experience. I was actually appointed as a deputy director on the 15th of February 2020. So when the total lockdown announced by government on the 18th of March, a month later, so I also actually in the middle of the class during that time. So we are having actually lab for at week 5 during that time. So half of the semesters we have to switch from the hands-on lab to actually virtual lab. So it's a very struggling for all of us actually to immediately change from hands-on lab into this virtual lab. Basically for my lab, for example, the students actually need to measure in terms of the water quality. So what we can do is actually change into the video, show the demos. So that is actually the fast and quick way for us actually to adapt to these changes. But for the long term, it will be very also in terms of even change the topic as well. Yeah, for the final year project, for example, we cannot make any analysis in the lab, so we have to change into the for example, life cycle analysis and something on the modeling. So we have to be adaptive and also innovative to actually come out with the solution for this. Otherwise, yeah, we don't know what to in that period of time, without having been able to even enter the lab. So basically, if actually the total lockdown happen again, yeah, we have to actually, we think we are more prepared for this. Because we are now actually talking about digital transformation. So we actually have more preparations for mentally and also physically, hopefully, because we also have seen that many of the students, even now, they actually can attend lab physically, but we have to actually also take into consideration when the students positive COVID, then we also have to have a very tight SOP as well. So, but the question is how we can be done differently. I also actually don't see how we can actually make it differently, because right now that is the only approach that we can have by turning all this network into the exposure for the students by having the demonstration or even virtual lab. Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last 1 minute, Prof. Rosli.
Okay.
Last one.
As I said earlier, Prof, we are at the moment we are not sure about the impact of pandemic on the clinical, technical competency of the student. Maybe 5 years down the road, then we can see how what's the effect of the pandemic to their skill. But one thing that we can probably do is to work with the industry to do on-job professional or courses or skills that can be improved while they are on job. For example, like medical, you have houseman for 2 years, or maybe other courses or other field can in a way come out with some sort of program that will improve or enable the current generation who are impacted by the pandemic can have opportunity to improve and enhance their skills. That's for me.
Okay, excellent. You are at the tail end. Okay, I've been requested to say this. We're gonna have a photo session, and everybody has to switch on your image. Yes.
Please, 1 minute. You can. Excuse me. 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Okay. Tafadhal ya Ustaz.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think also I wanted to continue with something. What about also dealing with the new currencies? I mean, new currencies in Islamic economy.
Yes.
That's not about cryptocurrencies.
Cryptocurrencies.
Yes. Cryptocurrencies. I think now they are talking about it, and also digital currency also. So our Islamic bankers also must also know that, and our students also should do that to be ready to deal with this kind of currencies in near future.
It will happen.
So
I agree. I agree. So riding on this, the key is we have to be innovative, we have to be creative, we have to plan ahead for the future and so on. Okay, good point by our Ustaz. Yeah. So yes, it's 4:02. So we have to go off the microphone or whatever, but we need to take group photo. So I need everybody to switch on your image or whatever on the Google Meet, whatever. Okay, so are we now? Can we have everybody's picture? There are 185 people. Oh my God! In this meeting, 195 is going to flood the whole screen.
Yeah, we still have another 580 people now in India watching this live. So yeah, let's put the best smile on our face.
Yeah, okay, for 5 minutes, okay, for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, smile. I'm tired smiling. Okay. Okay, and we are done. Okay, Jazakumullah. Thank you, everyone. Akuli kauli hadza wa assalamu alaikum. And we meet again. So thank you, everybody, for a very enjoyable session. I really learned a lot. And I hope that we can have more sessions, maybe a post-mortem involving some of the speakers as well. so that we can follow up accordingly. And we hope to see you guys again someday in the future, be it virtually or face-to-face. Okay, bye-bye, assalamualaikum, and thank you again.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.